Total spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, when you back today. Spoon TV. Yes, when you back today. Spoon TV. Spoon Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kuwa. Wese kuwa, kujileo. Kujileo.
3 minutes after 8 p.m. here in Liberia. It's a brand new month. It's Monday, the first day of the month of April 2024. Wherever it is you're listening to us from across Liberia, we'd love to say welcome. This is your premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, coming to you live from Spoon House here in Congo Town. And we also on Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and of course our flagship station Spoon 107.5. There are others relaying us all across the country, like 10 Radio there in Grand Cru County, Radio Gibi in Margibi County, and the rest of the other stations relaying us all across the country. We love to say you're welcome. Happy new month to you. Wish you all of the best this month of April. Did you get food? Well, I did. Food some people this morning, including James, Samogu, De Flomo, and the rest of the folks there as well. You're welcome. Spoon Talk promises to be very, very hot. James, how are you doing?
I'm okay. What about you?
Yeah, Ashkura Dada. Yeah, everything good on this end.
I can see it, man. I seen it through your face.
Yeah, you talking about a Rick Ross beer? Not me you talking about.
Yeah, what's up?
Not much, but before we get into all of this, let me read an announcement quickly from the National Port Authority. The National Port Authority that is in the spotlight for so many reasons. Then one, what's going on? Who's being hurt by Sekou Dukle? What's happening? We'll talk about the NPA, but let me read this announcement quickly. I do see Dr. Richardson in the background, a changed background for that matter. I don't want to talk much, but Dr. Richardson is definitely going to come on in her own time. I know she's getting her prepped. But this announcement is from the National Port Authority. This is actually public service announcement number 1, the 3rd month of 2024. And it reads, the management of the National Port Authority wishes to inform the general public about an ongoing verification and a regularization exercise that seeks to ensure accountability for the monthly disbursement or payments to all of its legitimate pensioners or retirees. In view of the exercise, all pensioners or retirees are asked to visit the Human Resource Department of the NPA located at Freeport of Monrovia, Bushrod Island for your verification. The exercise runs from Monday, which was the 25th of March, to Friday, this coming Friday, the 5th of April 2024, between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Any proxy and or authorized representative of a pensioner or retiree residing out of Liberia must come along with legitimate and verifiable evidence or documents. As part of this verification and regularization exercise, the management of the NPA will visit the homes or residence of critically ill pensioners or retirees with disability. There will be absolutely no excuse and extension of the 2 weeks period for the exercise. Thanks for your understanding and cooperation. This is signed by Malcolm W. Scott, Director, Public Relations of the NPA. After reading the book, people, let's bring it in a simple English. So if you are working for the port, the Freeport Monrovia, or any of the other port that are on the Freeport Monrovia, maybe you are in Maryland, maybe you are in San, or maybe you are in Grand Bassa, or you are working. But now the people retire you, what they can tell you is, oh, thank you for working for us. Go home now, go sit down. You now reach the age. Or maybe something happened to you that force you to go sit down home. But every month you can get your late thing for NPA, the one they call pension. They give it to you every month. Now, if you are legally, that means real, you're not fake person. You are working there, your name on a list. NPA people saying, go to the port to Freeport and go say, oh, let me hear John Flomo. I used to work as heavy duty mechanic on pension. Let me hear. Then they want to call verifying. They'll verify you. Then they'll regularize your name in the system. But if for some reason you're working on NPA before the port people and you travel, but you get your relative or somebody who can go receive your money on your behalf, the person can put that too, but they have to carry the document to show that yes, you're working with NPA before and you on pension. For those of you who's sick, my people, say, I'm not able to make it. Don't worry. NPA say they will come to your house to come make sure like you, man, Jatu, that are working for them. They will come see you, regularize you, ask you your question, and put your name in the database. The big word is speak accountability. Like because some news they hearing when they go check the pension list and thing, some people then daily and name daily never work for NPA before in their life. Like they don't want to be taking your money in your spot to get according to the poor people. So 2 weeks ago, it started from the 25th of March. It ending on Friday. Tell your friend, yeah, your friend can get. You go to NPA, you go put your name down so you can get your just benefit. That aid them people. Simple. Finish. Go do it. Yeah, James. That the wages in the bank when they mean wrong. That the wages in why you just smiling. You muted.
She's in Liberia.
Oh, what?
But you see her internet.
Oh, really? So I want to elaborate internet again, stick and do that kind of thing.
The woman in Liberia, brother.
Oh.
Her internet.
That the wages you get love for the show. What happening?
She not making. She trying to face thing.
Look at troll. Look at troll. I
We can hear
that.
the audio, but the image stick.
Really?
Jetta, we will hear you.
I still sticking? The image
No,
still
it's
sticking?
better now. It's better now.
I think you're okay now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will enjoy your announcement, Diamond.
I said you're okay now.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So how are you two doing?
All right, James just told me that you're in Liberia. You know, I've been out of the station for like a week.
But
Yeah.
you know, God not only managing James, God can send messages to James.
I see it.
Big things happening. Oh.
When I see James posting on Facebook like that, that's on the messages he can be getting. Telepathic messages.
The only difference that my physical body is not in Liberia, but spiritually I'm still in Liberia.
But that if not here, welcome. You know, I'm late to getting the news whenever you're around. This is becoming a trend that I need to break that circle.
You need to handle a James mostly and get some telepathic messages.
But if you are here, welcome. It will be a pleasure to meet you. Yeah.
Definitely, you know my next.
Yeah. You can shine your mirror, you can shine Liberia.
Look at trouble. Look at trouble. Hi station. How you doing? Hi everybody.
We're good. But a lot happening in the country. James, what's going on? What's up with this leaked audio? You know, that we're hearing around, apparently arising from some dissatisfied media practitioners, allegedly, that were kicked off the payroll of the NPA, and they have reportedly gone on a smear campaign against the MD, Honorable Sekou Dukule. And according to what we've gathered from sources, and again, this recording is out there to be debunked, whether it's real or it's fake, whether it's authentic or not. But what's going on? What's going on with this recording that has taken over social media?
Before we get to the recording, let me just break this news that Madam Muna Fahad has finally crossed over to the Unity Party. She met with President Joseph Yuma Boakai today, and she officially endorsed his presidency. And you can check her social media page. That is there. Cummins tried to face him, but he did not make it. So Fahad,
but screenshot whatever it is and send it because meeting the president, endorse his presidency. Does she need to endorse his presidency for him to be president? He already is president.
So I'm gonna answer the book. Traffic messages can be coming to him. Messages that you and I don't know.
I don't want her to come join.
She coming for you. She coming for you. Her whole post will be for you alone. When I get out of your cat, like they call press conference quick.
Yeah. So today, Madam Fahad officially endorsed JNB's presidency, and between now till 2028, she's on the rescue train. Maybe before 2029, she will realign her, loyalty to Mr. Cummins. But we move. Huh?
When you make it sound like that, James, it's like, someone who's looking for greener pasture or looking for where the grass is greener.
That's
how you make it sound like. Once the grass starts to fade in 2028, where there will be an election coming in 2029, then she's going to hop to the next available area. That's how you just made it to seem.
Journalists.
I come here. I won't put that picture up.
No,
so people can see.
Answer Damon question that he asked you.
But I just asked Damon if that was.
You gonna bring breaking news? You got questions?
I said. Muna Fahad. Shinaka.
What happened to the internet?
The man asking for somebody he doesn't want you to see, so he switched off the camera.
No,
so,
not really. I tried to.
Only that broken had internet problems.
No, I tried to bring Muna
why can't cut it and send it to Damon?
Send it to me. I'll pose it.
All right,
let's not spend too much time on it, so that we'll move to the audio that has began the month of April.
Yeah, so I just sent it to you. If you can put it up fast, we will move to that and then move on.
Yeah, but you remember that April 1st, right? You know that April 1st, it could be an April Fool coming from.
I beg you, my man. What you call April 1st?
That Tuesday, did that April Fool Day.
Look at that. The woman met with the president today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
News.
President Barker is a president for all Liberians.
I'm gonna talk tired and she will
He
be talking
doesn't
about
need
things.
the endorsement of one Liberian to validate whether he's president or not. But meeting him is a privilege for anybody, and I'm sure
No, Damo. There are meetings when they are coming out, they become news. Muna Fahad during the second round here, we listen to what she said, and tomorrow I will upload our video again. We listen to what. Yeah, I will upload the video right as soon you people come on the show. I will upload the video. We listen to what she said. People that cost out when they are meeting the president. We will also go back in history and give background of their meetings before we move forward. Okay. So you ready
talking
now?
about
We can
meetings.
move
So
ahead.
Costa met with Mo Ali today. He posted that on his page.
Yeah,
You
Costa
cut that
is,
one too. That breaking news.
yeah, Costa is
People are born on that one. Are born in on it.
yeah, that's our sister, our auntie, our mother. She met our grandpa, the president, today. She said our preso. In a diplomatic setting, that's an endorsement. The one finger up. We are one. That's the interpretation. Yeah. Whenever you meet an individual and you take a picture and do it like this,
recording back.
they are telling you that they are one. And if they do it like this, they are calling for peace among them. You see them like this, they are telling you that they are good. If they do it like this, things are not okay with them. Yeah, those are sounds that you see them. You don't need people to talk. You just know from interpretation. Yeah. Whenever you see pictures, people doing it like this, hey, they are not good. Things are not okay in our country.
Wow.
So let's move to the audio. Maybe our doctor been traveling here and there and internet problem. I saw a picture from her regarding LEC poll. I did not see caption. Maybe I was rushing, but she would better explain. But that picture explains a lot, telling you about how terrible the system is. Like those who go up there, how wires are, connected. Just from beyond the picture, there's something called beyond the picture. Yeah, from my own observation, the picture explains a lot. Yeah.
I say I put I put no capture on the picture. No need for capture.
So I'm just giving beyond the picture. Sometimes you will see a picture, but there is something beyond that picture. You have to see it keenly before. So there's this issue in Liberia. I was in Liberia, and during the last administration, I was active in the media for almost 5 years before leaving. And this has been like the norm since the war or after the war. I was not living or I was not born in the 80s. So I'm sorry, I will not talk about journalism from the 80s to 2000 and let's say 2010. Yeah, I will not talk about how journalists used to behave in Liberia. And maybe we can push up to 2012 or 13. I may not talk about journalism, how journalists used to interact, but after that, I was around. We saw how journalism in Liberia used to behave. I'm saying this because I'm in the field. I'm not an Osala like CEO. I'm not like Osala like CEO. So I'm telling you that I'm within that inside source. So journalists in Liberia, some of them will have this clique of they will call themselves sometimes the elite
talk show.
Yeah, the elite talk show host, the elite news reporters. They will have different names. So what they're going to do, if Dr. Richardson is the director of the Liberia National Port Authority, what they're going to do is they will go to you, Dr. Richardson, and tell you, Dr. Richardson, welcome to the system. This is the system. You know, you need the media to promote you. You cannot fight the media. For us to promote you, this is what we need to do. You need to, like, you know, every month, we the one running this show. We have the top shows in Liberia or in Maserati, right? They will tell you that. And you will be afraid. You hear people name like James Goodyear Flomo at the time I was in Liberia, running here and there, things, and you know, you would be like, I gotta do it. Diamond, yeah, names are Kelvin Demi, yeah, names are Julius Jeff, yeah, names like Clarence Jackson. You're gonna be afraid. You hear names like Abraham Gosson, you're gonna be afraid to do business with them. That happened during the WIAS administration. You will listen to the audio. I'm not naming journalists. You will hear the guy naming few of the journalists, though we have names that may likely come out if they continue on the path they are on. So when George Weah lost the election in 2023, President Walker won. He appointed Ducle. He appointed Sekou Ducle. These people again went back to Ducle. You know, it's a society. They went back to Ducle. Yes, it's good to go back to people to do business with them, right? They went back to Ducle. Hey, Ducle, welcome. You are the new MD. This is the gateway of the Liberian economy, and they are right. The National Free Port is the gateway of the Liberian economy. So we can protect you. You saw when Bill Travel was here, when the other MD came, you saw how we protected him. And this is how it works. You give us money, but we're not going to sign for it. You give us money in secrecy, and then we promote you. We would you know, sell your image out there. Sekou said to them, hey, I'm a professional person. If you do professional work for me, I will pay you, but government did not give me money to say this is for covert, media covert. We have to do it like this. They said, okay, so you want to either you are the only professional man who worked in America or who lived in the Western world, you want to bring it here, you shall see us. He said, guys, this is not what we need to do. Let's talk business. If you want to do business, we got our app, we got our announcement, we will give it to your radio station, or we want to appear on your talk show, we will appear on your talk show and pay, but we don't have money to pay you. The guys got on the loose. Since then, they have been attacking this young man, calling him names. In fact, they went ahead by saying he employed about 10 of his family members, immediate family members. That was not proven. They also talk about the 10 individuals who got dismissed because of corruption and turned over to the Justice Ministry. You know, they've been on that. And today, finally, Sekou Sharif broke his neck. You live in America. You are a doctor in America. You are not a student like me. You are a doctor. You've been in the system. So Sekou today, when he posted this, he posted this today. You live in America. He said, this is the charge sheet of Sekou. He said Sekou was charged by the FBI in America in 2003, that is 2023, for criminality being linked to one James Baseman. And there is a law in America called the Privacy Act of 1974, which also talks about Social Security. Let's just say everything Sekou said are true. But that act says the citizens of America, because he said the guy is a citizen, the citizens of America have privacy, meaning their identification numbers or their personal data cannot just be disclosed. And if you are to use their social security number on a document like this, you cannot put a full number. You just write the last digits, the last 4 digits or 3 digits, whatever it's going to be that you put it. You cannot disclose. But if you see this number, Sekou display the entire social security number. According to him, that's Ducle's social security number. Another fake part. People can read the Privacy Act of 1974. in America. It was revised somewhere around 2007 by granting National Security Agency in America to have access to them for security reasons to do background check, but not to publish them without the consent of the individual. Sekou posted this today, running everywhere, that, oh yes, this is the guy charge sheet, and we debunked that. So the other guy recording came out. Let's listen to the recording, and the entire country is going to be shocked. This is the guy who started the campaign. His name is Teach Josh. He's the CEO of Shan Liberia. Maybe you went across Shan Liberia on Facebook. They have it on Facebook. He broke that news that the guy employed his family members. He's doing double dipping there and so forth. So listen to him explaining how they used to live yesterday, how they used to give them money yesterday, and how they want for this guy to do them, and journalists who are part of them. Let's listen.
Tish.
Yeah.
There's something I'm gonna register with you.
Yeah.
In a March, you my friend. I wouldn't want to damage you, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably too, you don't want to damage me.
Yeah.
So I want the resident show and trust and look up to me. If anything will work out, I will let you know. But if it not work out, I will let you know. I want you to feel safe with me.
Yeah, but I want you to make it like it's so hard for it, you know. It's
No, I know when it's not possible, I will let you know.
Oh.
And I would don't want to make because I know your platform is large. I would not want to say you too low. I will make a man understand that I've already made a man understand already. So, and the man somebody who, let me honest to you, somebody who don't know about this team. Yeah, only believe in professional work. But I told him, I made you understand that they join the political joy, you need to protect it. When you actually you don't have idea and you don't have insurance, I'm the one that really pushing it through, and I believe it will happen. Trust me, that wasn't sure.
No, but he needs it.
Yeah, he needs it.
Build to that place, build how I run. Build how I run. And build move on that down niveau, how I run.
Okay.
All I put away eating money for that, build paying up a month, down niveau paying up a month. And I ask the HR, the current HR or the communication director and whatever.
So how you were working up now? How the money will come in? You're going to sign. You're signing for it?
No, we're not signing. We're not signing. You have to the money from the company account. The communication director call and we just call our money.
Marco, right?
Yeah.
Marco.
Yeah, Marco. That's at the point down. They took it from Marco. They started giving it. The HR started handling it. They took it from the HR. The controller started handling it.
Okay. I thought you were doing.
That you receive less tax from the public. You had Julia J, you had all over can, you had all the men on that COVID thing.
Sekou Sherry do what there?
Sekou Sherry, all that men on Sekou Sherry, all of them on that thing, brother.
So Sekou Sherry on Dana Nimo on?
Sekou Sherry on Dana Nimo on.
And you are way built to worry.
Yeah, you are built to worry.
That's
why you see when, that's why you see, you know, NPA don't have a tax.
Okay.
So you don't have force to go attack NPA. But if you leave that area vulnerable and know that area a big entity, we just keep attacking because we got nothing lost.
Okay, I will see what because internet down. I can't get to him. I think he's in America, but now he might be on his way back. So I will talk to him and let you know. Yeah, just rest and show me. I will try to play my part. If it's not possible, I will let you know earlier. But give me one hour.
Yeah. Play the professional way.
No, I'm not going to let. My man. There's a professional environment, and money too. That means not going to bring yourself low to anybody because you know you're the journey. You are not trustful. People will buy idea when you take money. They say we call you. You know what all of people have done up in the past.
No, I get to that thing. What made you stretch D into D already? I can attack you. They did a deep backfire. I will not attack you. How me I can do my own operation?
But I want just I speak in the capacity as myself, not him. So anything coming, anything will be exact. I will have to involve you in, but I will do in the capacity of talking in the capacity of me. So I will talk to him just as I will show you before.
Yeah, but when you reach out to him, this is what you do. This is how you do it. I don't know how you can do it. When you're reaching out to him for us, because we already broke a lot of news on him.
How you want me to say the idea?
The way you already started selling the idea that you want to form a social media team. Then you go to him and say, oh, but then I was able to get in connection. Don't add that you know me. So I was able to get in connection with Sean Labure, CEO, who is friendly with my gay friend, my gay sister. So we talked, and I told him that you my interest. And he said, you know, I have a problem with you. So I told him that, because he been writing some stuff on you. So I told him that you should see fire this, that, and I'm going to reach out to you. But just as that, by the time he started conversation, then you know that you have to message with me. Okay.
I hope you do. You don't abuse the friendship too.
No, I don't abuse friendship. When friendship is established.
All right. Thank you.
So that is it right there. Like, welcome to everyone. So that is it. Like what I said, you listen to him explaining how they've been doing it, and the people who've been receiving the money, though some of these people have not reacted to it, but Sean Liberia CEO confirmed through this recording. And when this recording took place, after I announced on my social media handle that I was going to release this recording because these journalists are attacking the National Port Authority leader, that is the director, I will release a recording where you will hear one of their colleagues naming them, and then he went in, the guy who released the audio, who sent the audio to me, he went in his inbox threatening him that he will post his picture, telling the audience that he's receiving $4,500 United States dollar from the agency because he was brought there by his brother, who is the managing director. So that's it. That's some sort of journalism in Liberia.
Before we proceed, Mr. Dwalu and the people, you're welcome. Dr. Broker, you decided to leave me alone in the studio and be, coming live from from outside of the studio. I ain't get a problem with you, but you're welcome, sir. Pleasant evening to you. Yeah, so Dr. Poplar, you can hear us, right?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Good evening, my esteemed friends. I am in Gaia Town tonight, Margibi. So I couldn't get a private escort to get me from the studio home the last time. So they say I wasn't big shot enough. So tonight I will be in Margibi, and hopefully I will not have any LEC challenges tonight. So it's good to see everybody, and I pray your families are well.
Yeah. Mr. Dwalu?
Yeah, it's glad to see Dr. Francine. I saw on the airline, they were sinking Liberian sun once they landed. It's the Easter stuff but you're in Liberia. I think I'll be joining you very quickly. I'll be over there very soon, but have fun.
Yeah, great. It'll be awesome to connect with you. I connected with Farigas last night quickly, and it was great. It's good to see all of you here today.
So you're on ground, Dr. Richardson?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm
Come
here.
find your friends now.
Definitely.
Make sure you check out your friends before you leave.
Definitely. I'm here for a sad occasion, but it's been good. I want to just say hello to my Benson Street family. We had a great family gathering today. We brought the remains of my oldest sister-in-law back to the country, where she asked. It was her last wish to be buried in Liberia, so we brought her back. So that's why I'm here. But it was good to be in the company of family members today. It was really awesome. Some haven't seen each other for many, many years, more than 40, 45 years. So quite a bit. Somebody left, one person left Liberia when Liberia was before the war. So seeing the Keke was quite an amazing, interesting, understanding, interesting image.
Yeah.
Well, our thoughts and prayers are with your family, Dr. Francine.
Our condolences.
Thank you, thank you.
But if we double back to the recording, I'm an active player in the media, and there's been approaches. But again, they'll always tell you, and it's not just in the media, it's in all spheres of work in Liberia. People tell you that, look, if you want Remipo, be on a straight path. Because you wouldn't make anything as compared to somebody who's on the other side. And in the media, again, there is a saying that the news you don't hear is actually the news that you need to hear. Meaning, most of these stories, they're very, very, very crucial stories. When people lay their hands on them, instead of releasing that information to the public or making sure they do follow up on it, they use it as a bait to get you. So if you don't want it out, you start to pay. So the stories you really don't hear, the real stories, you don't get to hear them. Because most of the time, people go and take money. And if you listen to this recording, I was awestruck by the fact that it wasn't strange to me that such proposals will be made. I'm thinking about if this was to be a legitimate approach, why wouldn't you want your name to be mentioned? Or why wouldn't you want it to be like, okay, we want to provide you professional services which he could pay for legally as his person, and say, okay, I hire you as a consultant, not on the NPA's payroll. You could be his consultant, you could manage his Facebook page, you could keep people informed about him. That's his doing if he wants to. But if it was something that's legitimate and legal, why then would you want it to look like you know me from somewhere, I know you from somewhere, or let pass through my girlfriend, brother, sister, and all that kind of stuff to reach to where we reach? And I've been following this blog. There's been unprecedented barrage of attacks against the NPA of the NPA. Again, that is another way to get you to do business with them. When they battle you with fake stories and things that are not happening, you look at it and say, but this thing is damaging me. I need to talk to these guys to slow down or to cease fire. And in every profession, Dr. Richardson, there are bad apples. And the truth be told, in Liberia, those involved in that kind of act, they are the ones you see on top of the pile. And that's just how it is.
They are the big guys.
Yes. They are the ones with the excesses, the Mercedes-Benzes, and all of those things, because sadly, people pay to not. If you're not doing anything wrong in the first place, why would you be paying people to hide you or to shield you or not to bring you to look? Truth triumphs in everything. If somebody can bring fake news, they bring evidence, you'll battle it, and eventually they will slow down. But if you know you got needles and pins and old cup and thing on your bed and you're doing wrong things, you appear to be covered and shielded. That's just it.
Yeah. So before Dwalu comes in, yeah, how are you? This is what he texted a guy earlier after I announced that I was going to release the audio because of the blackmailing path that they are on by attacking this man. He said your criminal does that without any tangible justification. The man said, okay. Then he said, you will hear from me tomorrow on your photo. Hereafter, I will expose why your boss changed his name. Go ahead and publish the recording.
So you just verified that the recording was actually authentic?
Yes. That was after I announced that I was going to release the audio because I already had the audio and I said I was going to release it. That was the time they came out with. So most of the people in leadership here, I think Dr. Bopler been around for a very long time, even before they could born us. He has better understanding of what we see.
Watch yourself now. Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
He has better understanding of what we're saying. He will tell you specifically about some of these things. Yeah, the media is okay, but you have terrible guys who will come to damage people's character in order to, get money and walk away. That's how it is. Like, yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. Stanton, welcome. I mean, what's this, Jenny? Welcome to the show as well. And I'll continue to say that sometimes we come on these airwaves. It's to set the country right. For me personally, I have a goal. I come here to talk to get the country in the right direction. Sometimes the way we do things, but I want to say this though. The way Liberia has gotten, well, let me rephrase this way. The conditions that have gotten Liberia in its current state, we have to use a counter condition in order to change what's happening in the country. If you believe that Liberia is going to change with timidity and passivity, the electorate, the family, it's not going to work. Criminals are not going to give up their life so easily. This is a comfort zone for them. Look, Santon, before I give it to you, 99.9% of people in government, I'll repeat this, 99.9% of people in government cannot make the money they're making in government in the private sector if it's entirely based on meritocracy. So they will go to the hills to make sure that it's maintained in the position they are. This country, Santon, welcome.
Mr. Dualu, how you doing? Hello?
Not bad. Welcome, William. T-shirt.
Sign language.
Dr. Bobler, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing, my friend?
I'm hanging, thank God. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
Good. Glenn JJ, good to see you. Good day. Damon, Jim Broker, how you doing?
But why you not waiting for me to answer you by you just rushing?
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
people answer and you speak to me. I can't answer. Dr. Richardson, you were here teasing you. I can let you know where you are.
Really? Thank you for telling me.
Where is Dr. Richardson? Where is Dr. Richardson?
Lord, we make a way for me.
You see what he just did, Kenny? He forced us to go to church.
I know, right?
Oh, holy Lamb.
Why should I worry? Come on,
but
brother.
guys, thank you. I know we have in attendance Follow McGill, the senator of McGibby County. He will be our guest tonight. It's very interesting on different national issues. We have the resolution of the War and Economic Crime Court. We have the budget. They will record the president. Send for them, say, guys, come back. We got to discuss national emergency. It's a lot to discuss today. So we are here on a beautiful, beautiful Monday. After Easter, we want to say Christ is risen. He's sitting at the right-hand side of the Father. Where he interceding for us all because we are not perfect, but as we strive towards perfection, we pray that the mercy of God and the grace remains. Wherever you find yourself today, welcome to Spoon Talk. Invite your friends, your brothers and your sister. Let's have a great show today. There's a lot on our plate, a lot to discuss. We talk about the protests at the executive mansion. We talk about scheduled protests coming up. The issue of the economic factors in the country. Where are we, folks? Now folks are about to celebrate the goodness of this government. Other people are saying, no, it's too early to celebrate. Where are we as a people? Where are we as a country? So, Damo, thank you. I heard the recording played by James Goudet. James Goudet, thank you. You're doing extremely well, and fact checking. Other journalists, I hope they can fact check us too, that we can have a good country when it comes to social media and the news. So that's my intro. Maybe you guys have spoken, but yeah, I am. We'll bring in Attorney Follow McGill. If you have anything to say, speak now before we bring in Senator McGill.
I just got a comment, Stanton. Please, I know sometimes you have a tendency to try to want to protect certain guests. And I hope today you don't interfere when questions are being asked. I just want to be sure of that.
I respect your concern on that, and please do not attack me. If you attack me, I will attack you. That's what Spoon Talk is about. We do not have to agree on all the guests. We do not have to agree on all the issues. You know, I respect you for that, Dualu. But we have to just give our own position for the sake of Liberia. I love Liberia, you do, and I think tonight's program will be rough. I'm not protecting Nathaniel Follow my girl. So I don't know where you're coming from with this.
Just putting out this out there.
No. As a military man to a military man, I know your OPS. So you know, I know how it is.
Yeah. Which one are OPS again?
You don't know OPS?
I know. I'm not military.
It's in the Bible. Go ask him. Go ask your former reverend.
I see my draw.
That Richardson, this guy, that funny guy. I'll mess with Dualu. The time will come, mess with him. Dr. Richardson, you got something to say? Dr. Boplet, you have something to say?
Not really. I'm just looking forward to the guests.
Dr. Richardson, I was praying you were going to be on. By the time I saw that poster, I said, hot talk on tonight, a favorite person coming.
I know. Actually, I wanted to just give a shout out to Lady B Taylor Shop, seamstress shop on the bypass. That's where I met Glennie's auntie. As soon as she met me, she said, Glennie needs to attend to my auntie. So I said, come on, let me let her know. And also to my Esther shop, where she sells cloth and lapa and stuff like that. So I just want to tell them thank you. They all watch Spoon. They love Spoon. And what I mean to tell you, Spoon, thank you for all that you do for Liberia. That's all I've been hearing. Everywhere I go, I say to him, I don't even.
You're not too happy. You're not too happy being Liberia this time around.
I'm not too happy. Well, I'm not here for
you don't seem happy. You don't seem happy in being Liberia this time around.
I'm not here for a happy occasion, definitely.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Did you get your stuff from Fadiga?
Yes, I saw Fadiga. I spent almost 2 hours talking yesterday. We had fun.
Did you eat the mango?
Not yet.
You're craving for mango? Okay.
Yes, I was, but not yet. Not yet. Okay. Tomorrow, maybe they told me I should have bought somewhere on Pension Street. I waited until I came to Single, and I started thinking about mango. But
don't buy it from Pension Street. Buy it from the highways. They're much better.
Well, when I go to, I wait until I go. I was supposed to be going to Cape.
Just buy it outside of Monrovia. Outside of Monrovia, better. Okay. I want to inside in town that force rep in it.
I know, right? But I can't wait till I go in. I gotta wait until after the funeral before I go in the memorial service.
So, will you be one of the poll washer again, or no?
Look at you. Why are you poll washer for? Why are you poll washer for who?
I don't know. I thought you guys were going to do election again.
They elect who?
And they have an election in my country.
Run off election. They got run off election.
Oh! I won't be here for that. I don't think I'll be here for that. No, I won't be a poll washer. Nobody asked me yet. Thank you, Dr. Problem, for filling me in. I wasn't even, up to that news.
All right, guys. So, we're missing. Senator Maggie is in and out, so while we have him, let me bring him on. Welcome to the show, Ava. It's good to have you, my brother. Let me bring the senator on. Senator, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. Senator Nathaniel Follow Miguel of Magibi. It's good to have you, sir. How you doing?
He's coming. He's making his way.
Senator?
Senator Internet clear.
Minister Miguel? I don't know. Okay, so he will come back. But guys, let's just discuss some issue. The lawmakers are having a retreat. They are having a retreat to discuss the War and Economic Crime Court and the budget. this weekend coming up. I believe it's this weekend, and Friday and Saturday. But let's hear what's on your mind. While we're waiting for Senator McGill, he can dig into those information. Richardson, has Liberia, what's on your mind? So have your 1 minute. What we wait for McGill.
Liberia is Liberia. We have a lot of work to do. That's what I can say. All passionate lover and all loving Liberians should have hands on deck. There has to be a partnership between Liberians in the United States or in a diaspora and Liberians on ground for things to work. Almost our leadership is just started. They're not working as effectively as I would like them to see. There's words on the street that they would like to have them strong enough. They don't appear to be strong enough. So Liberia is Liberia. That's what I'm hearing. But short of that, I'm waiting to engage in a conversation tonight.
Mr. Dwalu?
Dr. Francis says something. For me, it's partnering with the diaspora Liberians. I think Honorable Boycott, President Boycott made a statement several times that he's going to do everything he can to incorporate diaspora Liberians. And he should. I think it's a great opportunity for the country. Just to put this into context, Liberians in the diaspora, that including Europe, Australia, all around, we have close to $20 billion cap in resources that can be tapped into. Honorable Senator, welcome to the show.
Senator McGill, can you hear us? Senator? Okay.
This is a problem.
Can you hear us, Senator?
I gotta go to your studio.
Yeah, please do. Please do. All right, let me. Go ahead, Dwalu. I'm gonna call him. It'll be better that he goes in the
studio. And I was saying we have close to $20 billion in the diaspora that can be tapped into. Other countries are doing this. We have to find a way to birth a private sector in our country. And I think the surest way to do this is stop paying to diaspora Liberians because they have more resources than the typical person in Liberia. There has to be some policy formulation that kind of taps into that. And I'm really looking forward to the president doing this. That's the only thing I think about every day.
Mm-hmm.
Stanton, you're muted. Dr. Brooklyn, look at me.
Yes.
We can't hear you, Stanton, muted.
So Stanton, I would add to what Dwalu said by saying this.
All right. So I'm sorry. So the senator is on his way in studio. Diamond, can you get ready? Senator McGill is coming in studio. It will be another 30 minutes. So let's have this conversation while we wait on the senator. Dr. Brooklyn, your takeaway, man. What's going on?
Yeah. So I was just saying, Dwalu was talking about diaspora.
Hey, Dr. Brooklyn?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Doc.
Okay. I was saying Dwalu was talking about the economic power of diaspora Liberians, and he's correct. But I want to add a different piece to it. I think those of us who've been blessed with, exposure, experience, education, we have a more responsibility to be champions for change. And I think one of the things that, home does to you, it's such a messed up system that you get beat down. And after a while, you become compliant with a very mediocre system. I think we have a responsibility to keep fighting for change, even if oftentimes you feel like you're fighting alone. I've only been home a short time, and I can tell you how many times people say, oh, these people from America, y'all come with your American thing. This too is Liberia. I think it will be a letdown to the nation if we come home and after all that we've seen, experienced, and learned to just come and go along to get along. So apart from our economic power, we need to bring the wherewithal, okay, and the will to fight for a better Liberia. And yes, adaptive change is hard. We're talking about changing people's attitudes and those things, but that's the fight we need to fight. Otherwise, you put a lot of good money into a bad system, you get bad outcomes. So until we shift the system and change it, we're not going to get too much further too quickly. So it has to be our dollars and our desire to make this place better by behaving better, by doing better, by challenging things that we know are wrong. And sometimes it requires taking risk, but I don't see any other way to move forward in an appreciable manner if all we do is come and then we go along to get along, and this too is Liberia. I think we already would have failed our country and failed the generation coming after us. So let's keep fighting with our dollars and our desire to make a difference.
Dr. Boplet, thank you very much. Mrs. Glendy.
So there's a story that's going around. I don't know how, there's several people that have shared it to me about this lady, Julia Camo, her land in Marshall Territory, where she's accusing the Chinese people of encroaching on her land and digging up black sand. So this story is everywhere on Facebook. I would hope that somebody in the government, whether it's Lands and Mines or whoever, I'm asking that maybe please take a look into this story. This lady was very distraught with what she has found, and I don't know if anyone is paying attention to what she's saying. I cannot say if the story is true. I can just say that the video is completely viral right now. Everyone's talking about her, and she feels like nothing is going to be done. The fact that the Chinese people are now on her property in Marshall County and digging up her sand. So hopefully somebody from the government can please reach out to Miss Julia Camo and just check into his story. Somebody work all their life or to save and to buy a property, and someone just come and just takes it away or encroach on their land. I think that's so unfair. So my heart goes out to her. I hope she can get some redress from this.
Glendy, is that
Thank
the
you,
land?
Glendy. Let me go to Isaac. Dr. Boplet, go ahead.
I just want to ask. I didn't see the story, but I wonder, is that the land right down Tower Hill before the bridge? Because I know the Chinese are there and they're digging up like that.
I think that's where it is. I shared it in the chat earlier, but I can send it to you. It's everywhere. Her name is Julia Camo. And
okay. We're gonna play. I mean, I told the guys to upload it already, so we'll play it. They didn't see the location though. I was trying to figure out the location. So
when she starts talking, she talks about it being in Marshall.
Yes, but I mean the exact location. I noticed it in Marshall, but maybe we'll find out. Let's play. But as if you want to go ahead.
Yeah. Greetings to everybody on the panel. Greetings to the audience out there. Hope yesterday, Easter, was a wonderful day for you, and this new week is bringing some new and good things in. I'm very concerned about what Glendy mentioned, but it's not an isolated situation. We have to tie in with the overall exploitation of our natural resources, the complicity and participation of government in our exploitation, the complicity and participation of sons and daughters of certain communities, like, let's say a place like Bakwe in River Cess, where they will come and make a deal with Chinese people to, mine on the river. They do stuff to the detriment of the community, and even when they promise them with build school, we build well, they don't even fulfill those promises. So I want to tie into that. But also, there's some other national issues we need to look at, especially that landslide thing. I don't think we have exhausted it. Where is our disaster recovery people? I've not heard a formal word from government about the approach to this. So, those are just things that I think we should keep alive until we can find some solutions to them. You're on mute, Stanton.
Thank you. Welcome to the show, Auntie Mama. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say good evening to everybody. And I want to welcome our beautiful, beautiful sister, whom we are on the grounds. We take care of you.
Yep, I'll come for you.
I heard you talking when I come to the studio, so I was so excited. I thought you were sitting right next to me. But when I came, I was so disappointed. I said, "Oh my gosh, she's not here." But anyway, I know I will see you. Yeah,
I come
welcome.
to see you.
Yes, please. Please do so we can have lunch tomorrow.
Yep.
And I want to say one
Yeah.
thing on my mind that who spoke about it? Dr. Brooklyn. We have to look at the people in the diaspora when we needed help the most in terms of generating funds. They came in, they stood by us. Even though we on the ground also contributed, but they stood by us, in terms of the elections, in terms of everything. So we have to look at them. Liberians, I'm trying to say to you that these people in the diaspora or these people around the world, in America, Germany, England, whatever, those are our brothers and sisters. And if they are qualified to have a job here, they should have a job here. We cannot discriminate against them. Whatever job that is here, I think we should get them 50%, we'll take 50%. Because they are all Liberians. If they can contribute towards the elections, they can contribute towards rights for you in Liberia. If they can contribute towards everything here, you take the money, you take the rights, you take everything. But in time to divide the job, then you say, oh, the people coming from America, they want our job, they want to take our job. No, those are your brothers and sisters and uncles and aunties. And if they are qualified, give them the job. They are not different person, and I'm happy that Dr. Brooklyn brought it up. I think President Barker should look at it in a very critical manner because it is important. Because when we really, really in the tight spot, they will come out and raise thousands of dollars for us. So you can receive the poor money, then why you don't want to give them job if they are qualified? I think it's not fair. I wanted to speak on it a long time ago, but I'm waiting for the right time. And I'm happy that I got Dr. Brooklyn supporting my idea. Thank you.
Stato, I know Asiva hasn't spoken yet. So clarity has to be made, if you don't mind, 10 seconds.
Ase has spoken, but go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people saying, Dwalo, where's the $20 billion you speak about? Let me just give you some simple number. There are approximately 1 million Liberians scattered all over the diaspora. I don't want you to think about America as just being the diaspora. Factor in Europe, all over Africa, all over the place. The average Liberian in this country makes a minimum of $40,000 a year. That's on the bottom. That's $40,000. If you factor those numbers, we are earning north of $20 billion a year. Closer to 40 billion, but I said 20 just to be safe. So the bulk of the money is here. And I hope the president taps into that so we can get some of this money home in a structured way, that is, by the way. And we are shipping home close to $600 million every year into the country.
So, and Dwala, I wanted to add to that by saying there needs to be some kind of coordination of the efforts that will be made to impact both the Liberians in the diaspora and Liberians at home. We can't just leave it up to everybody's will or everybody's desire to when and how they want to do it. It has to be like I imagine like a task force or czar, not too many people, because these task force these days consists of 20, 30 people. That's not what I'm asking for. Like passionate lovers, not even requiring any kind of payment either, but just something to coordinate. Like you used a great word earlier, Dwali. You said resources. I'm not even talking about finances. I'm talking we have like teachers, nurses, doctors, entrepreneurs. All of these people have great ideas that can be used in many ways, that can support this like our Liberia, because there's all these shortages. I mean, the education system is something to talk about. The business system is something to talk about. I mean, all aspects, and the expertise are all over the world. As I look at other people from other countries, they know better than we in Liberia. So if they can develop, why can't we? Why can't we use us Liberians to develop our own country? It's crazy when you travel to other African countries and see how things are, and when you reach our own country, it's sad. It's very sad. I hate to bring the bad news, but that it is what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Again, we are waiting for Senator McGill to get into this conversation. But the conversation based on the fact today, Glennie, we are uploading that video. It will take a little while. I really want us to show that video, let folks see exactly how the lady is crying. The black sand, somebody sent me the whole information about the black sand. Very, 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 Liberia can be making money out of anything. But amen. The people came for something else and it's collecting black sand. The power, the money in the black sand. And people just think that debt. Not knew the Chinese people making a lot of money. So I just want to let it. What you said, Dwalu?
I say start blaming the Chinese people. They're doing nothing wrong.
Dwalu, you can blame who you want to blame. I say the Chinese people making money out of it. I'm not blaming Chinese. I'm blaming everybody. Dwalu.
Allowing.
Yeah, so the Chinese people making a lot of money out of it. At the end of the day, we should just understand that the black sand, Liberia can get money. We can benefit from all these little things. The people ain't stupid to leave their country just to come collect black sand. They can go on their own beach and collect mud, but they know exactly what is in the black sand. So for us to sit on this show and argue among ourselves, like what happened as if Saturday, we are bringing in Javon Smith tomorrow. Look at this document showing that lawmakers knew about this Damaco mines. And somebody telling us, say, well, I don't know about it. The Damaco mines, lawmakers knew about it. 10 people died in River Cess. Somebody in the hospital, and it's interesting to know that everybody looking for $300 before they can start the treatment of that individual.
No, I think they're 11 now this morning.
Excuse me?
I think I heard that the 11th person have died. So they're 11 now.
So yes. He died.
Yeah.
So if it is true that a Bople, that somebody in Liberia, representative, senator never had $300, the men are down. If it is true that JFK needed only 300, 1, 2, 3. 300. Somebody not died to make it 11.
You know, I continue to say that we need a better system. You know, the more we look at the challenges we face from the Chinese digging over there, like, you know, somebody said, I didn't dwell, or somebody said, you don't necessarily blame the Chinese because they didn't just fly here from Shanghai and just start digging. They came here, got permission from somebody, and went to work. The challenge we have is the Monrovia monopoly is killing the country. Look, I live in Magibi, right? We know the senator. I'm glad he's coming tonight because I want to ask our senator some questions because I live here. And the place that Glennie's talking about is right down from my house. But we know the senator's name. If you go around Magibi and ask who the superintendent is, hardly anybody knows. The superintendent is the executive leader of the county, but he or she in the present arrangement in Liberia is so insignificant. In the post-war era, we have the caucus. So legislators are now county administrators. The point I'm trying to make is there is no local fight. There is no structure, no system, no backbone where the superintendent can go down Magibi over here and say, wait a minute, what are you doing here in our community? The man who digging there, he finished talking to the people in Monrovia, either the minister or the senator, and you don't give a wink by the local people. Exactly. So we have to fight for a different system that give us authority. Look, I was in West Virginia, considered number 48 of the 50 states. But that small state, the president from Washington, D.C. could not come to West Virginia and talk crap. Our resources were secured by the state and the governor. Everybody knew the governor name, and everybody knew the mayor and the county executive. You know, so here, you know, the senator, you know, you knew who ran your municipality. We need local control. And I will add this. The best way to attract diaspora talent is to give local areas and municipalities some autonomy and authority, because ability Opportunity attracts ability. We will go places not because we want jobs, but because we want the freedom to create opportunity. But if everything is controlled in Monrovia, and you got to sign your name, and you got to make friends with people, and you got to sit down behind people, and you got to. Some of us have no patience for that because we're not used to that. We're used to producing.
Since I see video of the black sand, I see your video.
They're uploading it.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's play this video first. Let's play the video. Then I want to hear you guys because again, folks, Honorable McGill is on his way to the studio, but I'm disturbed. I received all of the information from the Damaco mines, and I'm going to share them with you guys if I have not shared it already.
I think it's called Divaco.
Divaco, right? Not Damaco, Divaco.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's something about Divaco. Something on D. But
yeah,
let's say this thing real quick. It is important for us to understand that I'm surprised, Dwalu. I know you're going to put your frustration on me, but brother, take me other days. For 3, 4, 5 years, the people have been working in your backyard, and you're telling us you don't know. 3, 4, 5 years. They've been working in your backyard. They got documented to show that they went to the ministry. They obtained lesson. The people that celebrating, they giving the people that cola to eat, welcoming them in the district, in the county. You ran an election all over River Says. The man said I was journalist, but the superintendent told me, let you go see. So I didn't say anything thereafter. Should we believe that though?
No, but Senator, what Dr. Purple says is true. There is no autonomy in the local districts. So it could be possibly true. Sometimes people are so afraid of one Monrovia things that the local people are unwilling to do anything. You can't do anything in the county.
What sometimes is true. Then I disagree with you.
No,
Sorry to do this.
Tell
me sometimes it's true. You are a senator for the entire Riverside.
How can you not know?
You want to tell me that, well, it's true that it can happen, Duadu, but
I'm not talking about the senator. I'm talking about the journalist that you're talking about. Obviously, the senator has no excuse, Senator. But what I'm trying to say, there is no autonomy in the local districts. The mayors, like the Dr. Purpose said, have absolutely no control of any kind. He or she gets no resources. In many instances, the local people have no say. If you go into Grange-Gila, you go into Sando, you go into Maryland, the gold mining over there, nothing is done. When the Ministry of non-public work, but lands and mine issues a license, it's like a de facto authority over the local people. They don't even talk to them. Nothing of any kind.
But you know, Stanton, if you remember when doing the elections with Mr. Gonti, the vice presidential candidate to, I think he was to, what's the man name? Alex Gonti. He also did a video on these. Yeah, Appleton. I remember him going to the mine, to the place in Marshall and doing a whole video, even asking the people who has this place, because I think his land is not far from there. They're actually digging up portions of his land in Marshall. Alex Gonti spoke about that a few months ago during the time when he did a video. So it's like how can the senator too not know? It's like this is his county. He's supposed to know what's going on in his county. How can he come to us here and say publicly he doesn't know, and then we're finding out that he does know about it? This is disingenuous, the English people can say. It's not correct.
I would say this though. This is just another nonsense. Maybe, people can pick their fights. Just stop. I don't know. Just stop calling me. But this is just another nonsense, to tell you the truth. I don't believe any of that story. I really don't. Okay? Somebody playing game. But I'm so glad that we have Siobhan Smith, the senator from that end. And you know who the next senator? Betwawe. He is. As a very good friend. Let's play this Black Sand video.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said to you guys when I was on the beach, that the Chinese were digging on my property, and digging the black sand. That heap of black sand you saw, this is a finished product. This is how the package is and export it in our country. Mass and mass of sand, black sand load from here straight out of this country. Nobody check on them, nobody does anything about it, but they take the amount of mineral from all our country and export it. Trucks and trucks loads of sand leaves their country every day, according to these Chinese people. When you ever go to China and even touch the beach on their land, these Chinese people for little or nothing undermining this country all over this place. This is what I'm telling you about. This is a finished product. There's another side. You see it? Mass and mass and mass of black sand. These Chinese people pull it in trucks and take these trucks away. From here, the black sand is so expensive on the international market. And this is why they are behind. They never came to help us develop, but rather they came, get our black brothers, they $5, $10 in their pockets, and export all the mineral out of this country. I just want to expose them. I just mean to expose them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened in our motherland. Our motherland, Liberia. This is what the Chinese are doing to us in our land. Thank you.
All right, so let me play the next video. Let's play this video and see what's.
Can I see your permit?
That's
the permit
Conti.
to grant you the authority to come here and disturb the natural ecosystem here. You want to work here, so you don't have no permit. Okay, so I thought you said you were the foreman here. I thought you were the foreman. You the boss man around here, right? You're just working. Okay, you're a shift commander. All right, so you don't have any permit out here to show the government that you have right to come down here and do this, you know, dig the land. Just messed up our ecosystem. Messed up our beaches, right? Now the government who's doing this, you're earning your living. How much are paying you? Huh? Okay. So yet again, our ecosystem has been disturbed here by foreigners or foreign invaders in the name of dollars that we don't have any access to. Here they are. If you live within the Marshall area, behind where the police station is, if you have a land on the beach, this is what they're doing to your land. We have excavator here, just tearing up the place. Look around here. They got the bars set up. They are drifting. What are they gathering? I'm going to show you. They're gathering zircon, commonly known as black sand. Here is the mound of the zircon. They pile these up, load them onto containers, and take them to unknown destinations where we don't know. But I can guarantee you, this is a big investment, and they're getting paid millions of dollars. And guess what? The people who own this land are not a party to the windfall profit that they make from off of this resource. Here are mound of black sand. They do have these barges set up. You can see the fire ridge of the beach over there. They do have another one set up here. My land is right in between, and I see that there's some digging. Unbeknownst to me, I just walked up on them. Today is Sunday. They're here digging. What in the name of Christ that our beautiful beaches have been disturbed? What are we getting from this? For those who live in the diaspora, tell me where about in Europe or in America that the beach where you have residents around and the beach is being disturbed this way. Where? Why? What's happening here in Africa? Why should we have to endure this sort of abuse and exploitation? Here you go. That's the Atlantic Ocean. 50 feet away, mounds of zircon. Now, if you go and research zircon and find out what it's used for, what are the finished products of this black sand, so-called black sand, do your own research and see. Because I can tell you, they didn't invest all these equipment to come down here to get patents. They're getting paid. So are we benefiting from this? Liberia? Are we? So we got to put these people on notice. I think it's the dawn of a new day that all of these things have to change, where the exploitation of our resources should stop. Or, better yet, we should be able to gain from our resources as well. Foreigners.
All right, thank you very much again. Eduardo, you sent me that video. Who is speaking in the video? Who's the individual speaking?
I don't know who's speaking. Actually,
that's Alex Gonti. He was the vice presidential candidate to Appleton. That's Alex Gonti speaking.
Okay. All right. So we want to say we appreciate his video. We want to just say seriously we do. I think his videos speak a lot, and thank God that we have the Honorable Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill. Now he asked a question. He said, let's talk about the black sand. Okay. Someone sent me this. Let's just read it. The mixed mineral usually classified as valuable heavy metal mineral VHM and in its composition. So the information there read exactly what the black sand is for. Let's just understand the importance of the black sand. All right. As you can see, the person that sent it, we are so grateful. And I think that the person is breaking this thing down for us. Trace mineral in this step or so, read everything, talk about airplane, the zircon and everything. And at the end of the day, Dr. Beauplan, interestingly, most of these metals are not easily substituted, so they have to be mined from where they are deposited. And only the few countries, this is important, only the few countries in the entire world have these deposits. So that's why the people run into Liberia, only a few countries. I didn't know about black sand. I didn't know the importance of black sand. And now we are talking about these people how long they been doing this though? How long they been doing this?
So Stanton, this is critical. I'm glad you shared that information. Especially the person who's saying those comments or somebody who's knowledgeable of a good background in geology and soil science. We could be actually exporting a lot of our wealth and leaving our people poor. We must make some shifts. For example, before they came there, I lived 5 minutes drive from that place. How come none of us who live here, who paid taxes here, knew anything about it? We all know those are on the other side of the river. You can't do that. Small town said, yo, have 10 community meetings. The people ask all the questions. They'll find out what's in it for us, how you would do it. I am of the deep conviction that for this nation to change, non-violent direct action, public protest will have to be major on our menu. Otherwise, this country ain't changing other than the names of the people who run the country. This is so unfair to people.
So let's hold you right there. We have the senator. He's seated. He's in studio. Diamond, if Axel do join us again, please, we have to remove Good Day for now to bring in another panelist. So Good Day, just stay in the back. Let's bring in another panelist. But now, folks, we're going to go ahead and bring in Senator Nathaniel Follow Miguel. Senator, you're in the sports studio. It's good to have you. It's good to have you finally. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. This is my first time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I only see the building. I know I entered the building before. This is my first time.
Okay. All right, but welcome to the show. It's always good to have you.
It's a pleasure being here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So let's have a we got a lot to discuss, Senator. So we'll give you only 2 minutes to do your intro. Why brought you in today? Then we want to just jump into the questions because we have a lot on our mind when we talk about national issues. So talk to us, sir.
Well, Senator, I'm pleased to be here. As you're aware, the Senate has been on recess. It's not necessarily recess, but a big part of our break. But the president has called us back to come and deal with a few issues. According to the president's letter, the major issue is the issue of the budget. And the president said he has an financial instrument he wanted to sign. As part of our responsibility, we had to come back, so we are back. And before we left, there has been a major discussion in the public about the Senate's position on the issue of the war crime court. Received a resolution from the House of Representatives just 1 week before we closed. And we had directed the resolution to 2 committees, Joint Committee on National Security and Judiciary. And the 2 committees were instructed to report in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, the committee could not report until we went on the break. But on the good side, we are back now. So it's one of the major issues we're going to be dealing with. So I thought to come and a lot of people have been asking what is our position on some of these issues. During the course of the break, I was in my Gibi County. Why it's true, before going to my Gibi, I've had my own position, but it was very important that I consult.
Senator, I beg you, sorry to interrupt you. Diamond, can you check the audio? Is Diamond in studio? We're getting echoing feedback. I don't know what Diamond, can you check that, please? We want to be very clear with the Senator Mark, please. Senator, go ahead. But Diamond, can you work on it?
I hope you guys were getting me.
You're good now. You're really good now. Thank you.
Is it me or something?
No, you're good. You're really good.
What I was saying is that you're quite aware, and thanks to Spoon that called my program when I was in my Gibi. I took the opportunity during the break to consult extensively with the people of my Gibi regarding their position towards the war crime court. And the thing is on video, people can go there and check it. The citizens of my Gibi are very categorical that, Mr. Senator, we want you to support this aspect. I think it's about time that will bring closure to the issue of justice. People think that a war crime court is necessary, and we should bring complete closure to this process. So I came this tonight to re-emphasize some of the things that we've been doing during the break, and what we intend to do during the next 1 month. That would be 1 month record that we had, and so we'll look at the budget. So we'll be going. We made some. Officially, the budget is not yet before the legislature, but unofficially, we've received a copy of the budget, and so we've gone through it. We're still going through it, but we have made some observation that we think needs to be addressed, and will be very critical to make sure that those issues are addressed. If those issues are not addressed, I will see that it will be very difficult to pass the budget. I know people will be saying this is not intended to strangulate the government, but we want to make sure that those things are in the budget that we can discuss it. Some of you guys, we can hear some of your opinion because the budget is a very voluminous document that people are reading. But we're taking key interest in certain aspect of the budget that would need some clarification on from the Ministry of Finance. So tonight, I want to take some questions from the panelists. I will listen more and I will answer questions that the panel want me to ask. So basically, I just give you a full background, what the things I will be doing. We're dealing with the budget, we're dealing with the war crime code issue, we're dealing with the financial instruments that the president will send to the legislature for the review. One of the areas the president raised is that there is a financial document from Ministry of Agriculture. That's very interesting because I've taken keen interest in that area because, you know, we spend millions and millions of dollars in foreign loan on agriculture, and yeah, we have not achieved anything. So I really want to see what the loan is all about.
Thank you very much, Senator. Again, I'm not going to restrict our question because I want us to be able to ask you any which question. And again, like you and myself discussed, you are yet open to any question. You know, we will be very, very respectful. We will be on the subject matter. If anyone have to, move to other subject, well, it is why it is. It's good to have you. I want to start my question from this end. What was your achievement or the senator's achievement during the first sitting since after the election? What you guys achieved?
Well, you know, basically you have to look at it in two major contexts. We assumed office on the 15th of January. And I think we closed on March, I think around the 20th of March. There were two key issues. One of the major issues was the issue of the first draft submission of the $41.3 million to have the government running. Because financing the government was a major priority issue. So we have to get the government running. The second thing was to get the government structure. Without a proper government, the government cannot function. So most of the time we took on doing confirmation. So there were a few issues the Senate got involved with in trying to resolve, which I think the Senate leadership played a very pivotal role in resolving, working along with the executive. Probably the Senate are not taking some pivotal role in trying to resolve some of the issues. We would have some major issues. I tell you something about the issue with the demonstration, the protest by the military women. That was a very serious issue. And the Senate leadership and the Committee on National Security were totally involved. They made an investigation. They have come up with a report. It is our hope that our report will be fully implemented. I don't know whether you've seen copy of that report. So that was a major step because we have fighting a major crisis in the country. So and the issue of the confirmation is also an important structure of the legislative process because it's a government, you can't function. So the Senate have been engaged. Now, there were other few issues like maybe looking at for me, on the issue of education, there are 3 bills that are already before me or before our committee that have been reviewing. One of the major issues is the issue of trying to.
So I know we're going to go into the substance, Senator. You know what? The rest of the guys coming in will be more than 10 on the show, 12 or so. So I want us to be brief, and I want us to enjoy you on this program as we beat you with questions. I'll talk about your achievements. So my second question is, you talk about, those people that, what was there with, there was no rejection of any one of the folks that was sent to you guys.
Well, I know
but let me finish.
People love rejection.
Senator, let me finish. Everybody that went before your committee, education, other committee, you guys just passed them through. Why? Was there a consensus to just pass everybody? Nobody.
Well, no, not necessarily, Stanton. I know people love rejection, but even in the great United States, you see the people who fight against rejection, normally will be in the opposition. When you see Democratic president, when he made a nomination, they fight to confirm the president's nomination. And because they believe that the president made a very good judgment, and therefore the confirmation should go ahead. one of the considerations has been that, look, you cannot start holding President Barker to account when President Barker doesn't have a government. He made a decision. We'll look at the profile of the individual. People make allegations without proof. Somebody says, oh, the guy is not qualified. You can't prove it. We don't have sufficient time to do real research. And therefore, we cannot continue to hold the government hostage. So we went ahead and confirmed. Some of us voted against some of the candidates, but as you know, the parliament run on majority. So even if you get 5% voting against a particular candidate for whatever reason, one that person have the total number that that they have to get confirmed, they'll get confirmed. So I don't think that the rescue team will be saying that they just want for everybody to be rejected. So they will fight for the confirmation of their nominees. And so basically, that's the reason why.
Move on. I'm gonna come up with my rest of the question. We're gonna bring in Dr. Richardson. You know, she's in Liberia when she started having Christmas light going off and on, like Brother I said, though. You know, she's in Liberia. Dr. Richardson, you will ask your 2 questions. We go to Glendy, we'll go to Dwalu, and Jemima Wodokoli, Dr. Brooklyn, Acid Do, and Acid Ba. So, Dr. Richardson, you go ahead. I mean, there's no restriction. And the subjects, please.
Hi, Senator Margiel. Welcome to Spawn.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Fine, thank you. I wanted you to tell the Liberian people a little bit about your recess. I know you said your recess.
My recess?
Yes, you're on break. Can you educate the Liberian people how long you're going to be on break, and if you are being paid to come back, how much are you being paid?
Well, right now, we will be paid to come back because of what the law says. They should give us 1 month of our salary, but they are still negotiating that. And so there's no final decision on that yet. So that much I can say about that, because they still negotiate. They want to pay us 50%. But look, we are working for the government. If I work for 1 month, give me my 1 month salary. So right now, you can't be asking me. Right now, you guys want to remove people who are already in job, and you want to pay them out millions of dollars, but you don't want to pay me for working. I mean, that's wrong. That's unfair. So if I work 1 month, you call me back, so be on my reason talking to the people, you call me back, you should pay me. So we are entitled to our 1 month salary because that's what the law says. But because I think you guys have a lot of money because you want to lay off people who get 10 new positions, you want to lay them off, you want to pay them millions of dollars. Just imagine you're paying one person because you want to get somebody you're going to pay them $300,000. You don't want to give him my $8,000 or $10,000 like that, including my staff and my staff coming to work. I think we deserve our pay.
I have a comment and a thought about that. It sounds like it's a tit for tat situation for you, just because they're paying the tenure people.
For the legislature?
I didn't finish. Can I finish, please? Thank you. Because they're paying the tenure positions people, because you think they're paying them, or because they're in court, that gives you the right to argue for your payment now, right? That's what it sounds like.
No, that's not the basis of that. The right is that it's a legal basis that when I work, I should get paid. I should be on. Like you asking me to leave my own leave, and you say come back and work, you got to pay for my leave. The way the law says, it's a normal practice. It's not the first legislature to do that. That's a normal practice. So it's something normal and legal.
That sounds like an interesting argument. Now that you're using legal basis for it, I can reason a little bit. Okay, as opposed to saying because tenure people got paid or they're getting paid.
No, it's my legal entitlement. I'm saying if you're asking me to forgo my salary because the country is tough, then you can't be telling me at the same time you want to pay people, you get money to pay people, or just because you want to get job to one person, you want to get somebody $400,000. If you think that the country is tough and you want me to waive half of my salary, you should be saying, look, we don't even have money to pay people. Let people stay in that job and get that money for the next 3 years. Then they say, let me give you a lump sum money. So the argument I'm making is that you can't be saying I don't have money at the same time you want to spend money. So the argument I'm making, but legally you are entitled to pay me.
Now, for some reason, in my head, I'm thinking this is all should be in the interest of Liberia, but I guess we're not all seeing it that way, but that's okay. My second question to you is, you said you're on a tour of Margibi County, getting the views of people in Margibi County about the War Crimes Court. And you said that they want the War Crimes Court. That's what they told you. What are you going to do moving forward to ensure that the needs and the wants or the requests of your constituents are met or they come to fruition?
Well, apparently, it's something I've been following a lot of debate on this issue. People say, the Senate dragging a fee. The Senate hasn't been dragging a fee. The Senate has been on recess. As you know, I'm the chairman of the biggest caucus in the legislature. In the Senate, the CDC caucus has 11 members. The entire 11 members are going to vote for it. We're going to have a retreat on the weekend. We're going to resolve the issue. We already have a draft of the resolution. That draft is going around for people to review. Hopefully, there will be a conversation among the senators this weekend at a retreat. Early next week, we're going to pass it. I mean, it's going to be overwhelming. Besides, I'm not only chairing a caucus of 11 members, I'm a member of Black of 15. Besides, there are even guys who we have convinced. It is my hope there will be unanimous vote by the Senate. The 29 senators will vote for it. But whatever the case is, I think we're going to have a concurrent on the resolution by next week. You got to also know that we want to review it. There are issues that we need to address. Other senators have concerns on some of the details. And this resolution, let me make it clear, this resolution in itself does not establish the court. It just laid the foundation for the court to be established. But passing the resolution doesn't mean that the court will be established tomorrow. But it laid the foundation for to establish the court. Because consistently, as you know, Liberia is a sovereign country. And we are using our law. The legislature under Article 34, we have the power to create court. So we are going to create two courts. One for economic crime and one for international crime, which is the War Crime Court. That is consistent with both Article 34 and Article 57, which grant the president the right to lead the foreign policy of our country. So we're going to look at all the implications. We're going to look at TRC, some of the recommendations that are in the TRC report. We think that those recommendations should be implemented. We're going to look at the financial mobilization of it. We're going to look at the security component. We are looking at everything. But in conclusion, the resolution we'll have a concurrent of the resolution by next week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Go ahead, Glendy.
Senator McGill, how are you?
How are you,
You're nothing. Just continue. Let's focus here. Please, I don't need Stanton trouble. I beg you.
No, I want all your questions. Guys do not know relationship.
Good. Okay. So my question to you, I want to first ask you, I mean, you're the chair on education in the Senate, right? I want to ask you, and it's kind of ironic that you're here today because I have not seen or heard anything from the education ministry. That doesn't say that they're not working. But with where we've come from, with where we want to go, I want to find out from you, are there any new policies on education? What do we have to look forward to as it relates to with you being the new person, the head, and also with the fact that we have a new education minister in Liberia?
Thank you. Very good question. Firstly, the Minister of Education has been on a county tour. You know, she's taking a county tour. She went to the entire 5 counties in the Southeast to see for herself the condition of the educational sector, the kind of school we are running. If you see schools, there's not to blame any particular government. There's just been a serious problem in the sector. The kind of school people are running, when you see the facility, the students sitting on some people call it blind, no chair in the school, the whole system. She was telling me, she just came back 2 days ago. She was just telling me her experience. It gives us the opportunity now to sit down and say, you know what, we need to review some of the educational policies. We are already reviewing some. So we'll be having an educational dialogue with most of the stakeholders, and they'll be making recommendations. How do we change the law? For instance, few issues parents are concerned about: school fees. Private schools, people all around the place establishing school. There's no control. Arbitrary school fees, facility pool, There's no school board. Who do you go to and say, I want to establish a school? We need a school board. You go to a school board and say, I want to establish a school. The school tell you, these are the regulations. You don't just come and build a school just because you want to make money. People are not building schools around the place just for money making, not for the educational aspect. If people want to make money, we need to change that. We get teachers in the classroom who don't go to class. Especially public school teachers, they don't go to class. But they have this idea that they're on payroll, they can just go and stay there. What will happen to them? People think you should get paid based on the work you do. You get qualification, you're not just getting free money. We need to address that. We need to look at graduation fees. Parents are crying. I mean, more parents come to me. Senator people, the arbitrary graduation fees. Some of the graduation fees are even more than the entire school fee the children spend to go to school. So we need to look at that. So there are a whole lot of things we need to do. We're going to get a lot of people involved. We are talking to private school owners. We are talking to public school owners. We are talking to the churches because the churches run some of the big schools in our country. We're trying to bring everybody together and sit down on a round table to say, what can we do to address all the anomalies in the school process? So she's very involved. She's engaged. We're doing a confirmation. One of the things we told her that you got to visit the schools. Even the committee itself, the joint committee will be doing our own tour to visit the entire country to see for ourselves. So a lot of things. We get teachers who are trained. They are doing voluntary teaching. They're not on payroll. We need to address that issue. And these are some of the things in the budget that I'm concerned about when we start talking about the budget. We get nurses. You saw during the election, voluntary nurses were demonstrating. They are working more than some of the people who are on the payroll, but they're not being paid. And so these are all the things we want to address. They're not going to be in 2 months. She just took over this committee. I just been chair of that committee in less than 2 months. But the problems are enormous. But I want to bring all the actors. I just met with MCSs. I met with the Professional Educational Association of Liberia. And they came. I mean, there's a lady at the University of Liberia who's the president. They met with me. I'll be meeting with the MCSs. I'll be meeting with different stakeholders in the sector. I've spoken to some of the church leaders who are running schools in the country to say, what can we do to correct some of the problem? So there's going to be a whole lot of things. We currently have some bill. We're going to look at the current law, the 2011 Educational Act. We're going to see how we're going to strengthen it. We want to see how we strengthen that to give some teeth to the education authority to be able to deal with the bad apples in the school system.
Thank you for that. We'll look forward and follow the progress of the education ministry because it's important that policies and procedures are either upgraded or that they're changed to be able to meet the needs of education in Liberia. My second question has to do with LEC. There has been a lot of noise about LEC. There was also a Senate hearing about LEC, yet we, for a minute now, maybe a week, we've heard nothing. Whether the current issue has gotten better, whether it's still the same, we've heard nothing. But I want to ask specifically.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you specifically. What is the result of the meeting that you all held with LEC people? You all called them, you asked them questions. What is the redress? What was it for? Was it just for formality? Is something being looked at? We need to know exactly what is going on, because if we have somebody in a position that's not performing, or we see that the benefits are not beneficial to the Liberian people, the senators call them and we hear nothing after that. I'm asking you as a senator, what are the Liberian people supposed to look forward to as it relates to LEC?
Well, I can tell you the LEC problem is very serious. When I serve in the government, Minister of State, I know the enormity of problem that we went through with LEC, and it came to a point I just felt that we may not have a solution, because the system, the way LEC is being run, there's a lot of politics with the LEC thing, and some way I can't say on the show for some obvious reason, but we get a serious challenge. LEC controls everything. When you ask LEC, can we bring private people in the sector to say maybe break Monrovia. People like you in the United States, probably you see that you get private sector people running, everybody running their own currency. Can we bring people in to break Monrovia apart or to break the country apart so they can run it? There's a problem. So the committee, because I'm not a member, I'm a senator, but I'm not a member of the committee, but I had a privilege to be in a hearing. So the committee is able to make a report. So I would not like to go into detail of what was discussed so that I don't preempt the committee's report. Because I saw the Senate Pro Tem today remind the chair of the committee that we need a report from the hearing so that the public can know. But I tell you, we get a very long road to bring LEC to where we want to bring it. It'll be very, very tough. It's a tough challenge ahead.
All right, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Glendy, so much. Senator, welcome to the show. It is a pleasure to have you on. I'm just so grateful the station was not shut down. If you guys had your way, we wouldn't be here talking to the Liberian people. So we appreciate it. But I'll get my first question to you, Senator. Before you came to power in 2018, you yourself explained your lifestyle in terms of how poverty-stricken you were. You talk about the hardship you experienced. In fact, where you lived before, it was barely $75 a month. My question to you is, you did not inherit any money. Let me finish. You can answer, sir. You did not inherit any money. You did not win the lottery. Now, how do you explain to the Liberian people, within the span of 6 years, when the finance minister of the Republic of Liberia stated that nobody was making more than $6,000 a month, and you acquired so much wealth in a short period of time? How can you explain this?
I sure you that acquire wealth.
You were able to an entire
Wait a minute, because people don't know me. You know, a lot of people don't know me. Yeah, I'm not saying I was rich, man, but I was doing my small little hustle. And when I presented my asset declaration, I made sure my accountant, there were full accounting of everywhere I work, how much money I made. That record is available. So LCC one, I can give to LCC. I used to live beyond where President Barker lived now in rehab. Jemima is here. In fact, I live in Jemima's sister's house. I'm paying $4,200. May also rest in peace, Jemima's sister. So for somebody. By the way. Sorry, other sister by the way. Sorry. I was living in Jemima's sister's house. So for you to say that I'm not paying her for $75, that Jemima can be my willing right to say that's not true.
A year.
I was paying $4,300 per year. Jemima Ray, I was living in her sister's house. I lived there for almost until CC took power. I lived there for 4 years when I resigned from the government. So for you to assume that I was living, so you don't even know me. I don't know you, Edward, you're being looking down. I don't know whether you're living looking down before. But you don't even know me. Now you're making a assertion that I was making less than $75. You don't know me. You think I was paying my $4,000, I was paying $4,300 per year. I think I was paying $350 per month. Jemima Ray, Jemima my witness. And I say, liars, your witness across the water. So you don't know me. So you owe me an apology to make such an assertion. Because you don't just sit where you're sitting and make wild allegation. You don't know me from nowhere. I became assistant minister. I was working with Telecom. When President Felito, I was assistant minister for 9 months. Assistant minister for operation for 9 months. I became director for telecommunication at Ben Wallow, at Nathaniel Kevin. People know I was working there. My last salary before I resigned was $2,500. So you know, people don't know me. People just make allegations. Someone was living cool life with Sony. Yeah, we can happen here and there. But it doesn't mean we have not worked before. We worked before. So do not assume that how many horses I have? I got 4 horses. I declare all. I had 2 before the election. After the election, I built 2 more. So how we ran election? How we won election? People don't ask questions. So you just sit on the radio, make all the allegations against people, not knowing them from nowhere. So sometimes I don't respond to these things. So your assertion is completely wrong. You don't know me. You never saw me before. Maybe you saw me. I don't know whether you're Dwala. You're living looking now. You're Dwala there. I know you from a small board town, but we're not interacted. So you cannot assume that I never had money before.
Okay, Miss Honorable Senator.
I ran election. I beat United Party. You think was easier running? I know I made more money too. You didn't know how I wanted to buy something. You didn't every money I had, just sitting around. So you owe me an apology. You can't say that my lifestyle, I made no money before, and I'm making $75.
Honorable Senator, if you don't like it, come in. You did not answer my question.
I answered the question directly. I just distorted your lines.
Okay,
like,
so
listen to me. I just told you. You just said I could not even afford $75 to rent a house. I'm saying you are lying. Jimmy right here. I already demanded the place.
Thank you. You had 2 houses before, but you were renting. Let's pass by that.
Listen to me. You did it wrong. I said
you had 2 houses. You came to
Senator, let's try to understand our session.
2018, I bought. 2017, I bought 1.
Senator McGill, 1 minute.
I was renting, I was billing.
Senator McGill.
I don't be living in the air before I build.
Senator McGill, 1 minute. Senator McGill, 1 minute. It is good for us to have this conversation, but let's just understand ourselves. Duaru, can you, again, follow up on your question as to the 2 horses prior to CDC winning an election and after CDC winning? Apparently, maybe I didn't understand the senator answer right. So can you come in? Then the senator will speak. Senator McGill, where? I beg you, Senator, wait 1 minute. Do I go ahead?
Yes, the senator said he had 2 houses and he was renting
office
before he assumed office. Okay,
yes.
I don't know too many people who get 2 houses on the side and he was renting. I don't want to dive into that because
no, hold on 1 minute. No, Duadu, wait. The 2 horses, were you renting 2 homes or you own 2 homes?
Living standard. And I was saying for the record, and I will give it to LACC. LACC wanted a record, I will give it to LACC. I was renting, I was building a house. Jimama right here, because Jimama very close, Jimama living, Jimama sister house. A building a house in Choplin Town. After election, during the course of the election, a friend of mine was running a play. He gave me a house. I bought a house in 2017. I gained the money. Even that house, up to now, I'm not even paying the money.
So that established on the senator.
So if I build my house, I buy 1 house during election. After election, I get money to buy a house.
So Senator, let's establish on that. How many property homes you own prior to the election?
2.
At the time, were you renting at Aunt Jemima's sister place?
Of course, because I was renting before I built a first one.
Okay, so you're renting, then you're building. So do I come in there?
Yeah, I'll ask my second question. The senator is clear. My second question is straightforward. The Americans don't accuse people so lightly. They claim that Honorable McGill is somebody who looted the Liberian coffer. They accuse him of so many crimes. It seems most government officials in Liberia, they use government positions to shield themselves. And I will say this to the senator. Mr. Senator, do you think it's right towards Liberia for people to be using government positions to shield themselves while Liberia suffer in totality? You think that's
I don't know what you mean by shield themselves. Let me ask you a question. You live in America. Donald Trump got 91 indictment. He running to be president. You think it's right for Donald Trump to be running to be president when the American government?
I'm asking the question, Senator.
I'm asking a question to answer it.
No, I don't answer the question.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you to answer the question.
In your position.
Donald Trump has. You're talking about America. You're using America as an example. The American government have charged Donald Trump with 91 indictment. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's important for Donald Trump to run?
Donald Trump is going to trial. Yes, he's going to trial. You are not going to trial because
nobody get allegations against me because I committed no crime in Liberia.
To prosecute you guys.
I committed no crime in Liberia.
Duadu, hold on. Let the senator answer.
I'm saying over and over. If you have crime against me, I'm open to go to court. That's the reason why I'm supporting the economic crime code, Duadu. You don't be asking your government people. The money in the government when you take $21 million is not allocated and sign a contract. When somebody not even in government ask government to give them 5 cars, these are people running the government. I'm saying I'm ready to go to court. I've said it over. From the very day I got suspended, I said I want to go to court. I need my day in court. I've consistently said that. So if you think Donald Trump going through trial and you think I've committed no crime in the first place, there's no crime against me in Liberia. The American government has the right to say, no, we get allegation against you, you can't travel to America. That's the American jurisdiction. They have the right to do that, and I respect that. But on Liberian side, there is no crime against me in Liberia. So if you think you get crime, you get evidence that I stole money, go to Justice Ministry or go to LCC, present your evidence, I'll submit myself to the process. I've said that over and over. Why can't you do the simple thing by saying, look, I get evidence against my girl, my girl stole money. I go into LCC. I will submit myself. I said that over and over.
Do you have your final follow-up on this round?
No, the senator did well, but my final follow-up is this. I just wanted to know the affiliation of the senator with Millennium Construction Company. What is your affiliation? Millennium Construction Company. What is your affiliation with them?
Wait a minute, I know Millennium because we encourage the man to do the investment, but I don't have personal tie with him. I don't have business tie that say he's my business partner. No, but I know him very well. We encourage him to come and do investment in Liberia. People buying from him. I don't support some of the things he's doing. I'm not involved in a business dealing. And so, but the fact that he came to the government, in the government, I know him, but I have no business connection. But
thank you very much. Good exchange. And thank you very much, Eduardo. Senator, let's move on to Jemima Wodo-Cuddy. And Jemima?
Welcome, Brother McGill. How are you today? Welcome.
I'm okay, Jemima. I'm okay.
Good to see you.
Thank
always.
you. Thank you.
First, I'd like to say it is true that you are renting for my sister. He needed a place, and he asked me, and of course, I talked to my sister. And so, I've known Mr. McGill for a long, long time. Like I've always said, I'm close to the entire family. Before I even got to know him, I knew his aunt. So the whole family like a family to me. But I was asking the questions that I want to ask you, to you, my brother.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Senator, I just want to ask you, why is it that CDC-led government, when they were running, they preached on war crime court and they said that they were going to make sure that they established a war crime court. Molwa Molu, you get near Akaro's way, all of them, they were pushing it. But when they got into power, they never ever thought about pushing war crime court. Now, my question to you is, what are they in favor? Why are you and the rest of the people from CDC in favor of the war crime court now? I wonder. Oh, my brother,
that's a very good question, Jemima. Jemima, the foreign policy architectural director is the president of the republic. And the president who's the head of our republic, you don't want president, we have a president, we have a categorical president. We have said, look, the way I see the president that in Liberia, I don't think we need war crime now. We need other means of reconciling. Liberian people are not satisfied. The president Baga say he wants to support CDC. We'll support the president in his direction that we're supporting. We think now we need a final closure to this thing. We don't want impunity. People say, no, we got to do it. People are saying it. So when we were there, we had a different approach. And now that we're not there, the new president said his approach is to make sure that the war crime could come. So we are going to support it. So we said we're supporting it before. We didn't do it. It says, yeah, we're back now. And we're supporting it. So and you want for us to support it?
No, but my problem is...
you don't want for us to support it?
No, my problem is...
Why you
No, Senator, my problem is your pitch on it. I want to your to. I mean, that some of the things that...
Answer my 1 minute. We are not seeing the senator on. What's happening with the video?
I know it put me off.
Who's in the studio?
Magic.
Yeah, but
thank you very much.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Jemima,
no,
our president,
Senator, why the president preached on it? He said, "This is what you're going to do," and some of the things that made CDC to win. Why, when you're got there, you're turning your back on it, you didn't do it, but now you're pushing for it to happen? Why?
Yeah, they're not pushing for it. That president Baga started say he wanted it. So at the end of the day,
now you're pushing for it.
Listen, we are a sovereign nation. The head of the sovereign state. We're not on any cohesion. The head of the sovereign state is the president of Liberia. under Article 57, he had the power to direct the foreign policy agenda of our country.
That's
We
true.
have the power under Article 34 to draw the code up. So the foreign policy man have said the new direction of the country will have war crime code. We say, yeah, the president will support you. CDC will support you on that. So say we didn't do it that time, we can still do it this time. So I don't think there should be a problem.
Okay, that was my question. Okay. The second question is, you spoke about the tenure position. Do you remember or can you recall during the CDC-led government when, I don't want to call his name, but I know his name, when he went into Lite, I don't say Lite.
You were removed. What a boy name.
He went there.
That was an error. That
No, I'm feeling your Senator. Wait, let me learn. He went there. Now they just going there, acted rude and very violent. Met the boss of Lite in meeting, and he pulled the man, EPS, and pulled the man from there and sat in his seat and took over. And nothing was done about it.
No, something was done. Something was done. Something was done.
Okay, go ahead.
He was recalled and reassigned as an advisor to the president because the latest thing had to go through structural appointment. When it came to the president's attention that Mr. President, there was some error in the appointment of this gentleman to Latier because the procedure was never followed, the president withdrew the appointment and reappointed him as an advisor to the president. So the president was very loyal about it. I'll tell you one thing. When the president appointed the director of Lotto, as insignificant people think Lotto is, the boy went to court. And when the court ruled that he had a tenure position, the president was obliged to make sure he respected the ruling of the court. And so we did nothing. What the president tried to do in the end, the president said, look, these things, all these tenure positions were created on a unity party, were not created by president. We are administration. What president we are taught to do was that, look, why do we need all these tenure positions? Let's scrap them off. We went to the legislature said, no, we'll not do it. President accepted it. So we had to live on by the rules or those who were there. We waited until the tenure expired. Each of the people tenure got expired before we appointed new people. So we did not violate the tenure position of tenure act.
So are you saying the public manner that even though this guy went and removed the guy and sat in his seat, so you want to say that the boss of Leti at the time remained in the position?
Yeah, they got a new person. They went through a new vetting process. Because as you know, Leti is not only Liberian, now you get international board on the Leti board. So they all came together to form somebody new, and the president was never involved in the selection process of the second president. Because when we took over Mayu now, we just took over. We did not know all the rules. And so, but when it came to our attention that look, we're violating the rule, the president was blind for the live by the rules. So we accepted some of the mistakes we made and corrected them and moved forward.
Okay, I'm happy to hear
Thank
that.
you. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Dr. Brooklyn.
No,
you asked three questions already.
I'm going to Stanton. Please let me ask my senator the last question, please. The last question will be, is that do you have any knowledge of the 750 persons that were put on? I don't know what it's.
Yeah, I do have knowledge. I do have knowledge. I mean, I was not directly involved, but as you know, I'm the Minister of State, so I was informed. Look, when we took over Jimama, Liberia is a poor country. The poor people you see, President, we are giving job. We're not giving them job because we are doing the other luxury, but you are doing the other compassionate passion. They say, look, these people deserve to be working. People want to have something to do, and that's the reason why I am upset by the way these people have been thrown out. You can't throw 700 person down or a job who are making just $150, $100, and $200. You are employing 10, 15 advisors. Each of the advisors make cabinet salary. Each of the advisors make cabinet salary. Go in the mansion. The mansion is extremely overcrowded with advisors, with deputy ministers and ministers. Overcrowded. And you're throwing poor people away. The poor people making $100. They're not citizen people. They were not born to be citizens. They are Liberian. When President Baca won the election, he wanted to be the president of Liberia, not to be the president of the Unity Party. And so I'm upset. I'm angry because these people need to be on payroll. Look, if you're paying 20%, $7,000.
So, Senator, why you didn't put it on payroll?
No, listen, because we had constraints. Because
let me considerate of the others. Let allow the others to ask questions,
money
please.
was available, but we have to take decision to make people to start doing something. We have other reasons. That's the reason why. Look at what's happening today. The government in the current budget, the government have taken $8.8 million from compensation. They gave it to the Ministry of Finance to keep it for what reason? They put it on something they call deficit pool. If you take $8.8 million from 477 and give it to the Ministry of Finance to use it, the Ministry of Finance budget has increased by 68%. The last budget was $102 million. Now, new Ministry of Finance budget is $172 million or almost $73 million. For what reason? You're putting poor people down and you're taking money and giving to elitists and you're paying them $7,000 per person when a poor woman will be making $200 or $150 and you say that person will be, who are you president for? And why are you taking that $8 million? Why are you keeping it for? And that $8 million, I'm going to take it from the budget because Minister of Finance is going to get it. And somebody else is going to see it. That money is going to come from the budget. If you not put it by and give it to civil servant for either minister let me say.
Honorable Maggie, I beg you, sir, please, sir. Let interrupt you. I think let's just interrupt you. Mama, you can't do this now. We got three other people that are not
on behalf of the people of Liberia, so you can't keep talking
Senator McGill, please wait. Senator McGill, please wait. Aunt Jemima, you are interrupting our program. You asked 2-3 questions. You need to give the others chance to ask questions. We got Dr. Broplat, we got Asifa and Asidu. You cannot ask all the questions, please. You cannot ask all the questions. We cannot do that on the program. Please, I'm begging you. Dr. Aunt Jemima, calm down. We'll still come around. Dr. Broplat, can you please? Yeah, but you are interrupting if you continue to ask the question. Let me be fair with the others. Dr. Broplat, can you go ahead and ask your question, sir, please? You are muted, Dr. Broplat.
Thank you, Stanton. Mr. Senator, welcome. Thank you for being here. I just want to add a footnote. I have 2 quick questions. I want to add a footnote. The compassion that President we have felt for poor people, he's right, our people are poor, but he was in error economically. You don't send people to already overstaffed government agencies and call that job creation. Job creation is mainly a private sector initiative. So the government need to learn to move the public resources into the private sector and create productive jobs so that people can be able to give back. But Mr. Senator, I'm glad you're here because I live in your county and I'm one of your constituents. I have 2 questions for you tonight. If here, Mr. Senator, I pay payroll tax, income tax, I pay property tax, I pay tax on my vehicles because I pay $200 for a tag. So here I am in my Gibi. And every time I'm driving on the road, Senator, I have run into so many incidents, as you well know, because you live down this way yourself. This is a major thoroughfare. And the road is dangerous these days, and people are on these roads, and so many things are happening. The fights on the road, people have been killed on the road, not just by cars, but by fights, rock fights, bottle fights. And when these things happen, Senator, I see no police officers. But then I see them often escorting VIPs. So the police in my Gibi, at least along our stretch, don't seem to be visible. The necessary community policing we need are not here. So public safety, as you know, Mr. Senator, is national security. There's no police presence to the measure that's needed, and there's no sanitation in our county. What is your plan for public safety and sanitation for Margibi County?
Well, it's a very good question, Dr. Bobler. We need to take this matter with the police. Unfortunately, I'm an opposition senator. Sometimes the way African politics works, when you're opposition, sometimes people don't want to, even if you're saying good thing, nobody want to listen. But you are making a very good point. The matter will be taken to Dr. Gregory Coleman to say, listen, you got to change the way police work. Rafi Highway, Margibi now is becoming the go-to country. And so I'm happy that we have people like you, member of my constituent living Margibi, people who bring a lot of productivity. Margibi becoming the new Monserrato. Everybody moving towards Margibi now. So we're excited about that. But a lot of things need to happen. And we as residents of Margibi, you see, so many things. I think you live in Marshall area, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You live in the Marshall area, correct? Even in Marshall area, the way, Marshall should be a city, which will help to make Marshall now a city. But when people are building in the Marshall area, we don't want it to be like an area where you can't even all the alleyway people are using it. Because if you do that, how people driving, even if you have security, the security issue will be very complicated. But I do agree with your point. I will raise it with the appropriate authority, who is the police, so they can address it. But as a person, I don't have policing power. Except now we're trying to ask our people to become their own police. I don't think that way you think we should go, but we should. Same we pay our taxes and police need to work for us. And so at that point you raise a very valid point. I will raise that with the police director.
Mr. Senator, you make a good point. So as a quick follow-up, you're right. You don't control the police per se because a national police force. So toward that end, would you be willing to put forth legislation for county police? Because Margibi would love to have their own county police so that we can provide a best practice for the Republic. Would you be willing to put forward legislation? Because it starts with legislation in the first branch of government. Would you be willing to do that? We have to change some of how we do things instead of just doing the same thing over and over again.
It's a good thing, but Margibi, we don't run our own budget. We don't run our own budget. So I know we're talking about decentralization. And so you have to further all see in the context, does Margibi have a budget? It will raise our own police. Can we pay them? And so these are the things we have to look at. Then you got to go by the central government. And so we have to discuss it because it's not something I can answer today. We have to discuss it and look at all the implications and the bottlenecks. So you will have that idea. I don't know whether you're in Monrovia or you're in the States.
I'm here.
If you're in the country, you can visit my office so we can talk about it more and see the possibility. What make it work? But you don't just want to suggest something that it doesn't work. So there's a new idea that you're suggesting. So I will extend you an invitation to come to your office. The Margibi office is for every one of you. People who have brilliant ideas like you, we can come and share it and see what we can do together to make it work.
All right, so thank you, Senator. I really wasn't talking about the budget. I was talking about the structure. If the law make us pay them. Yeah, but the budget will follow. If the law make us pass a law that say county can elect or can appoint the police officers by the mayors that are elected, then the budget will follow. But anyway, I have my second question.
It's a very good debate. It's a good debate because you started for all kinds of one and same thing. But it's a very good debate. So it's something.
Right.
It's something
and Margibi could lead the way. So yes, my second question.
The narration we can look into.
Okay, so yes, my second question. We're talking about trying to find a better way to get better results, okay? And our Constitution actually said that the mayor should be elected. So a long time ago, we appointed the mayor of Monrovia, and since that time, we just feel like that particular stipulation of the Constitution can just be violated. We appoint all the mayors since that day. But here's my question, right? You have mentioned something about school board when Glendy asked a question about education, and you are right, it's a structural problem. So are you again willing, okay, to put forward legislation so that counties can elect their county officials, so that in the next general election we'll be electing our superintendent, our assistant superintendent, our county attorney. So now we have municipalities where people are more accountable to the local people, and then the local county official have backbone so that we can get more done in the counties. Are you willing to put forward legislation that will actually help us get to that place where we elect our county officials and not have everybody in the county appointed? I would love to elect my superintendent, Magibi, and I don't want Mariva telling me who will be the superintendent for Magibi anymore.
I would love that, but that would require a constitutional amendment, not just
that's where it's not with legislation.
Yeah, but you need a constitutional amendment because, you know, we put all these things in our constitution. We'll get the president power, subscribe on Article 50.
And it can be a referendum. So on the next midterm election, we can put it on there.
A referendum to change the constitution, but I truly believe that we should have election for the people. But let me remind you that currently we have a law that we should be electing our chief. But you know how long we have no election for chiefs in this country? Because by the time you say we don't have money. So the chief then being in their position for a very long time. But I don't think we should be, I personally don't believe that we should have periodic after every 4-year chief then say election. I think we should give a chief then a long stretch of time to be able to stay in power, because, you know, chieftains is not, it should not be political. You can elect them one time, maybe for 10 years before you have no election, or for 15 years. But honestly, I think we should have election for superintendent. But that will require a whole lot of work to do, because we need a referendum on that. It not just be the legislation, but we can. It's something that I support.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Bopla. Thank you, Senator Miguel. Alva, your question, then we'll move to Isaac Doe.
Let me see. I think I'm not muted, so yeah. So Chima Miguel, you are rich when the time you always easy.
And about reach, Alva. You know, even a layman go to CZ officer. The little boy who is a stripper, where the body Philip get horse, Philip Bay horse. Because every day Philip go around hustling. Philip Bay horse. You don't have to be rich. So you don't have to be rich. At least I will reach, but I will work.
I just teasing you. Let me ask my question. So I will read what these American people have said. They said McGill has bribed business owners, received bribes from potential investors, and accepted kickbacks for steering contracts to companies in which he has an interest. McGill has manipulated public procurement processes in order to award multi-million-dollar contracts to companies in which he has ownership, including by abusing emergency procurement processes to rig contract bids. McGill is credibly accused of involvement in a wide range of other corrupt schemes, including soliciting bribes from government office seekers and misappropriating government assets for his personal gain. He has used government funds allocated to other Liberian government institutions to run his own projects, made off-the-books payments in cash to senior government leaders, and organized warlords to threaten political rivals. McGill has received an unjustified stipend from various Liberian government institutions and used his position to prevent his misappropriation from being discovered. McGill regularly distributes thousands of dollars in undocumented cash to other government officials for government and non-government activities. Except for the part about organizing warlords to threaten political rivals, that I don't know about you. But the rest of these different things that the U.S. government is saying, McGill, I've heard them about you, and people have examples. But like you say, we don't have the facts. So are you saying today that since you are ready to go to court, your being mayor, former President Weah, did not institute that whole process, that whole court process? Are you willing now for Vice President Boyka to take this case up and investigate this, particularly these accusations against
President Boyka now, not Vice President. President Boyka.
Thanks for the correction, President
Boyka. I told you, yes, Boyka can institute it. Look, you see, stand on. Let me just give you an example. You know, like, bro, the American took information from Liberian people. And I don't believe the Americans. I always say over and over. The post I get, I issue money. Even the government itself, I challenge the government. To show me which company send our in government, how much money better contract the government send. I challenge the government. They can show it.
The RI highway and a contract?
Okay, you see that brain, I see that one going to be RI highway. Apparently, you're not following the confirmation hearing. You know, when people they say liars in my way, they're not follow. I asked the current minister of public work who signed a contract with East International. He said, we did. We, Ellen Johnson government did. I said, the first contract you ever get East International, how much? $20 million to do the small stretch of road from behind the executive mansion to the barrier. $19.9 million is they were doing experimental road. He said, I got confirmation hearing on oath that the $57 million was signed by East. It was Ellen Johnson, and East went through a procurement process. I was not in the government. How would I have manipulated the procurement process? Our chairman of CDC, I'll be chairman of CDC and manipulating a procurement process that was done in September of 2017. So if you want to get into my company, I was not in the government. What? The contract was signed 2017.
Hey, but you asked me what? Then let me speak. You said no multi-million-dollar contract was signed under your government, right? And that's what you're saying? And I'm saying portions of that contract was paid during the CDC government. Can you deny that?
I mean pay. But who signed the contract? I was not in the government. You just like, remember, lazy man. You gotta be serious. I was not in the government. You say I manipulated the process. How could I have manipulated the procurement process when I'm in the government? Oh, that only Maggie can do that. I'll be CDC chairman and manipulate a president on Ellen Johnson Sally. So Ellen allowed me to manipulate a president on our government when I was chairman of CDC.
So and when you want to see the people accuse you that the only one?
No, I just gave you one because the bigger one, all the other one has one funny police they get proof. Well, I don't want to discuss the sanction thing. Labrenpo, I want sanction to vote for me. I want sanction 52,000 Labrenpo voted for me. So let's not go into that. The sanction is a record all there. If you get evidence to Baga, let Baga keep in the court.
Wonderful. So the center, Baga and Papi and the owners on you for you to go to Baga. We got the information there. All right. So there are a lot of issues regarding two sectors here: the electricity sector, energy sector, and the mining sector. So first, the mining licenses that have been issued, mining activities by artisanal miners, even the class A, B, C licensed companies, they seem to have had no system, no control. And you being at previously the Ministry of State, and now you're one of our lawmakers, you guys are sort of serve the best interest of the country. So my question in this regard is, do you have any personal interest in any company or companies that have contracts with LEC?
No.
You answer?
I answer no.
LEC or
no.
Any of the mining interests?
No.
In any of these companies that are doing sand mining, that are doing gold or diamond mining, that are draining our country left and right. Do you have any interest in any of these?
No.
Okay. So now I think you have seen some of the videos that are going around. Since you don't have any interest that's good, that means you can advocate on the part of the people. The exploitation that are going on with regards to these mines, the damage to our environment, the threat it represents, like even what happened with the people in Riverside. What is your position on this? And what can
I think you be investigated. I'm extremely listen. So the thing that happened right in my GB country, I'm personally rating some of the companies to appear, but we turn the committee over to the committee chairman of the Senate. I'm extremely upset, angry. And some of the people doing that mining in my GB country, people have brought complaint to me. Each and people are doing their money. I have zero interest. I've not seen some of them before. If someone that came around me while I'm minister, they may know me, but I don't have personal interest in people doing money, destroying the environment. For instance, in my own town, Bella Yala, They put destroying the place. They're almost taking the whole town. The whole town has been destroyed. I've called the town people. I've rated several times. So I'm upset. And so I'm engaged. I'm involved. I want the thing to stop. And so I have zero interest or zero connection to somebody money. People just making all this. So we're gonna work to make sure it stops. The Abuaka government are in power. They have the authority to make sure they take the appropriate action to stop it. That's the reason why Liberian people get the power to do it. They can't be saying, well, Maggie didn't do it or they didn't have him president. They are there now. So they have to do it.
So stand up and ask my last question.
I mean, I asked for a question. Which one will be your last? Let's bring in Asido very quick, please. Asido.
Thank you so much. And Senator Maggio, welcome. Before I got one question for you and then appeal on something to you as well. But before I do that, I was speaking with a friend from Grand Bassa County who told me that his little brother could not have full school fees at a certain time, but your scholarship they actually helped him. I want to say thank you for helping people. That's always good to know for you. Thank you very much. So let me follow up with my appeal, Senator Mangio. You know, when we're in government, some of us were fortunate to be in the youth space, that a lot of them are in the educational side as well as young people. I also went to a few places outside of Liberia where I met some of these children who are actually benefiting from some bilateral scholarship through the government of Liberia. And most often, the government needed to give them some stipend when they are out there, because when you go there and you see these children, it's tough. Things are so tough with them. But usually, the government will only give them the little thing they need when they are there to help them buy food, copy books, and small things. Now that you are the chair on education, I just want to appeal to you, Senator, to please take this up with the Minister of Education to see how they can actually look at our brothers and sisters, our children who are out of the country on some form of scholarship for their little stipend. Thank you. The courage just went. I was going to go back there. But now to my question. The credit just went, so I will go there. But my question is, when you started, I don't want to be focused on the education side. You said the Minister of Education toured the country. She was in the Southeast. But Minister, one thing you will agree with me is the fact that the same things are usually done repeatedly over and over by different people. When Professor Sonny took over administration, he went across the country. The other minister went across the country. Everybody going across the country. But we do know that we have problems in the educational sector. We know that. But these voices and things don't reflect in the budget. Today, we have a draft budget that has minimal increase in the educational sector, but almost all of the increase is just for salary. How do you think we can expect any change from in that sector when you are not putting no money there?
You will put some money there. Money will go there. You know, when the Minister of Finance takes $8.8 million from compensation and put it on the Ministry of Finance, and when you can't pay volunteer teachers, that's a problem. When the Minister of Finance takes $8.8 million from compensation from poor people who are working and put it on the Ministry of Finance, and we can't pay volunteer health workers, that's a problem. So we're going to take that money from the Ministry of Finance, what they call, I don't know, so-called deficit pool fund. I don't know what they're keeping it there, but we'll take it from there and give it to the people because it belongs to the people. So we're going to address it. To be able to address these things, we're going to put money into education and into health. You know, when the Minister of Finance gets $69 million on the message that they can't explain who they're going to pay, that's an issue. We're going to find a detail and make sure we take money and put money where money belongs. So the right is going to happen. You know, when the Minister, even your own government, you take for instance the Minister of Internal Affairs. My brother said we should have election for these people. But Minister of Internal Affairs, there's no local travel expenses for Minister of Internal Affairs. Everything is zero. So I don't know whether they really want one in the government or they just want everything on the Ministry of Finance. I don't know the basis. But I can tell you the budget will be extremely scrutinized. And they're going to be a war over the budget. And if the right is not done, someone will not going to support the budget because we need full explanation on all of the money they're taking from here and putting it somewhere unexplained reason They're going to explain to us why they putting the money there. So we're going to stand up. We're going to fight for the people. This is President Barker time. That the promise and commitment he made. And so as somebody said, oh, when you are there, you're doing the same thing. I said, also, you deceive the Liberian people. You said when you come, you will change. So we'll hold you to your change message. So I can assure you, as we'll continue to fight. And the issue of the free tuition program will remain. The WISE fee is going to remain. We're going to fight for it to remain because ordinary Liberians are benefiting from that. President we are putting in place. As I told you, when President we are assumed office, the enrollment at the University of Liberia, just the university, I'm not talking about all public university, just the University of Liberia was 4,000 people. When President we are left the presidency, because of the free tuition program, the enrollment is currently around 20,000. So it tell you how many percent. So if you cut it off, you're going to know that you're going to say 16,000 people going to drop from the university. That's going to be a potential problem. And I'm talking about other public universities. So you just see the multiplier effect going to other schools. So we're going to make sure that those money remain. And we're going to pass a law that make it mandatory that whoever administration come with will not be a policy decision, will be a statutory decision to make sure that those things are done. So education will be supported. But I'm also happy. And I must give this to President Barker. He is still a national address, in an arrest agenda. He said education is a national security issue. It's a human right. And so it is my hope, as President we are dead, that President Barker will live up to his promise that education is a human right issue. And he's truly right, because under Article 11 of our Constitution, the Constitution guarantees that we should provide mass education for our people. And so, as chair of education, working along with the stakeholders in the educational sector, is my responsibility to push that agenda, because I've done it. And like you said, I'm Minister of State with the support of the President, who went around the country trying to find means outside of budget, outside of government resources, talking to private people to help support our young children, our parents who could not afford to send their children to school. So that's my commitment. There are other people who may say, okay, more taking money here and there, we're doing this. People have their own explanation, but I really don't care, because what I tell I did it for the people of Liberia. So people may misconstrue it in their own way. People would have given our traditional leaders misinformation, and they acted because they believe that things that should not happen. And I totally support the fight against impunity. People, when you see money, you should be accountable. I support that. And that's the reason why I'm supporting the economic crime issue, and I'm supporting the war crime issue.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Let our brother ask his next question. We want to jump. We want to use this second hour to be very, very important. So, guys, please, after I say do, Mombe, Ava, I know you're in the back. We'll bring you back. Fatima will be coming on. But as much as we are asking our question, let's just be considerate to give others the chance, please. Isaac?
Yeah, actually, like I said, no further question. I just want to again reiterate, Senator, to please get on the issue of the allowances for these students that are on bilateral scholarships outside the country with the Minister of Education. It is important. A lot of them can reach out to us. Some of us who were there before, we went there before, we saw them, we know how things are with them. It would be a good thing if you can please take this up with the Minister of Education to ensure that these children get their little thing, so that they can help themselves, buy little food, little water, transportation to wherever they are. They are in Morocco, they are in China, they are in too many places. I would just want to appeal to you to please take on that.
Thank you very much. And Senator, again, thank you for being so kind and joining us today. We're going to do the second round of questions. But for my question, you okay? We're just going to run through this real quick. My question, I'm going to use my two questions to one of our panelists who usually come in and out. He's not here right now, but let me bring him in. He got some questions for you. Mo Ali, can you ask your question? Then we'll bring in Mame.
Thank you.
Stanton, you're muted, Stanton.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. It's Mo Ali. Mo Ali, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, and good evening to the senator. It's actually to debunk some of the things that the senator have said. I heard the senator say, there are public schools where teachers don't go to school and these teachers are paid. They are on the payroll.
Go ahead, Mo. We listen to you. Go ahead.
These teachers are on the payroll, but this is the same situation with the executive mansion. For God in heaven's sake, the executive mansion is the seat of government. It is not a place where you just carry people with no job descriptions and overcrowd the seat of the presidency simply because you want it to appear like you are employing poor people. If Senator Maggio, who was then the Minister of State for National Affairs and President Weah were really serious about providing jobs for those people, they would have created the condition for them to have been employed through the civil service agency. They didn't do so. They just brought the people, put them there, and created some bogus payroll called supplementary payroll, and they were paying them. To this day, these people have no contracts. They are not employed through the civil service. So how can you even account for them? And there are 700 of them. I do not think that is the way to run an efficient government, an effective government. And they asked Senator Maggio, but why they didn't put them on payroll? He said their government had constraints. But he now expects that less than 2 months into the Joseph Boakai presidency, the constraints that they had, they could not employ those people, and they were getting money from somewhere to pay them on supplementary payroll. Those constraints are already gone. I don't think that. I think Senator Maggio and others did not treat the people right. If they were serious about them, they should have employed them through the civil service agency. On the issue of the budget, I heard Senator Maggio said...
Mo, I have either my 2 questions to you. We allow Senator Maggio to ask your first question, then you will come in, okay? So hold on the issue of the budget. Let Senator Maggio go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Mo is my very good friend, but apparently he does not understand the architecture of government. And so when you assume responsibility to lead the country, you assume responsibility to lead people, and you take responsibility for their well-being. So I can understand. Now it is Joseph Boakai, the onus is on President Boakai to make the decision, to make the call. If we believe that those people don't deserve to be working, they don't deserve to live, he has the opportunity to throw them out. That is the decision. I can't stop him from doing that. Under President Weah administration, he felt people deserve to have food on their table. Whatever the situation is, President Boakai is the president of Liberia. He's president for the poor people. So if you think you want to throw all of them out, it's up to President Boakai. I'm not going to be taking my time to say, President Boakai, you're forced to put the poor on payroll. But he has to understand that he's the president of the Republic of Liberia, and he's responsible for the well-being of all Liberians, including myself. So that's a decision. So I'm not coming to get into a battle or say who right, who wrong. We made a decision at the time, President. We have felt that was the best thing to do. He did it, and people have food on their table. If Mo believes that President Boakai on the decision is to say I will employ 25 advisors and I pay everybody $7,000, and the poor people, even though they don't want civil service payroll, I will throw them out, I will take their money and use it to pay my 25 advisors. That's up to the president. So it's not a debate that will come in again. When we have a president, he made a decision as president of Liberia. President Boakai is the president, he will make a decision as president of Liberia. If you don't want to care for him, people, that's up to him. So Mo, you myself are coming to go in a debate. Yeah, we import people there. That's not a debate that we're going to go in. What I'm saying, you have the responsibility to lead a country. It's not a responsibility to lead United Party. You have a responsibility to lead Liberia, not United Party. And those people are Liberians. If you think because President Weah did not put them on payroll, you train all of them on and you want to employ 50 advisors in your office, you overcrowd the mansion, that's your choice. Issue are coming, you and myself coming to go back and forth with.
Thank you. Mo, your second question, please. Your second and last question.
Quickly, Stanton. President Boakai was said to run an effective and efficient government that will provide opportunity for each and every Liberian to live a better life, to gain jobs outside
You
of the executive
You just starting. You will not provide jobs. I know it's complication. You're not going to. Government still going to be a higher employer. You're not going to create no different job. We'll see. Well, I'm just telling you, like Red Bull got a farm food. You want thing that you only
show you will save more. But I am saying that we will strive as much as possible to create the condition. And I do not agree that President Baka has employed many advisors in the
margin
to the issue of the budget. Now go to the issue of the budget. Senator McGill said that the finance ministry has ascribed onto herself $178 million in the budget, and without going through the breakdown of the
78.
Senator, I have.
More Ali.
Between 172, 173, somewhere around there.
Okay, 172, 173.
All right, Senator, whatever it is, but Senator, you made that blanket statement without going through the breakdown of what the
I've been through the breakdown. More. I know all the breakdown.
Number one,
I said $8.8 million was taken from competition and put it on a deficit pool. I said the domestic debt. There's no clear breakdown in domestic debt. We've been through it. More we get working through the budget every day. Today we went through the budget. We were not receiving officially.
Senator,
let me see. Give me my phone.
Senator Miguel, hold on 1 minute. Senator Miguel, Mo is not on the show. He got to ask his last question, and he's going to leave. Let's give him a chance. I'm begging you, because we got to take leave of Mo Ali. Mo Ali, can you just do your question real quick?
So we need to be genuine and truthful to the Liberian people. Firstly, the debt that the government will be repaying, the loans, they are all embedded into the Ministry of Finance budget. Number two, there are certain payments that the government of Liberia should do on certain contracts. Like, for example, the road contract from Sani Kole to Logatu. The government of Liberia is supposed to pay $600,000 in order to get $12 million from the bank. That money is embedded in the Ministry of Finance budget. But let me also tell the Senator, under your government, the Ministry of Finance payroll was $10 million. Under this government, this first budget, it has been to $9 million. So when you say Finance Ministry has this budget, no, it is not Finance Ministry.
I'm just asking for explanation, my dear brother. My dear brother, I'm just asking for explanation. I say, explain to me what you're going to do with all the money. If you're going to pay the road, put it there. I want to see it because, mind you, Mo.
No, I agree with you.
That agreement you're talking about, Mo, that agreement, that financial instrument we got to come to us. Nobody credit money will all come into the legislature.
Yeah, but Senator Miguel, Mo is agreeing with you. I don't think you guys have any different on this issue. Mo is saying, I'm agreeing with you. They should come to explain.
Defend the budget.
Thank you, Mo.
They will explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having you, Mo. Now we're going to bring in Mame.
Thank you, my dear brother. My dear brother, thank you. But you know, at the end of the day, we got to put it right where it belongs.
Mame come in, then we're going to do another round to allow the senator to leave.
Congratulations, Senator McGill. This is my first time since you got elected, so I just wanted to register that. But I want to correct some misinformation you put out. The first thing is, Gabriel Nyekan was appointed at Leti. He did not leave. He was appointed on March the 13th, 2018. He spent more than 1 year at Leti. He left from Leti and was appointed on September 13, 2019 by President Weah. So President Weah did not remove Nyekan from Yeti because he went there and he observed that it was wrong. Nyekan served there illegally for more than 1 year. In fact, 1 year, 6 months. He left from there because the donor community that financed Leti did not recognize him and did not provide funding to Leti and did not support and recognize the activities of Leti. So President Weah was forced to remove him. Otherwise, the donor wouldn't have continued working with him. I wanted to put that out because we're on public radio and you are a senator.
Yeah, alluding to the fact that I was more than man. Until they brought it to my, you know, so now you're not in government. You know, they think it's gentleman.
No,
my young brother, the government running here, you're not understanding.
Senator, please give me a chance.
So I can tell you, I understand government. Put it there, you're not doing what you're supposed to do.
Please give me a chance, Senator.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you understand what I'm talking.
You misinformed the public.
So they read to my office. I was the chief of staff of the president. I'm telling you, when the matter reached to us officially, the more than 1 year when I said what I do, lady, not do. When it came to the president's attention, when it got to the president's attention, I told the president to action. Don't what you talking? How the chief of staff of the president you want this?
But it took a whole year, though. It took a whole year. No, but you said it was immediate and it wasn't immediate.
Say Glenn, it's not about immediate. Even me, not came to my attention.
That's not even what you said. That's not even what you said.
I was saying in the position. You want to say that you get more information than me.
I mean, that's not what you said.
How you say that you want to correct me? You can't correct me about Liberia. Liberia for 5 years I was there. You can't correct me about Liberia. The reason why you got to come to me for advice.
Well, let's hear him now. Let's hear him. Let you finish.
So what you telling me? I don't know. You telling me something that day you want to deny it. I was saying something that day.
Senator, allow Mohammed to finish his question.
Mohammed, no, I read the play. I was thinking about the president. I didn't know the president. Is it what the president?
Senator Miguel, allow Mohammed to finish his question.
Are you coming to pocket back?
Nobody can call you.
So the information I tend
you are not entitled to call the man
Go ahead.
No, the man
So the information here is the senator misled the public when he said Nika was appointed, and when the president observed that the appointment was not in line with the law, he removed Nika. Nika served at Leti for more than 1 year. He was only removed when the donor raised issue and stopped funding.
That was the time the president got to know.
That is up to the public to decide.
So you said the president knew more than 1 year.
I'm going back and forth with you on it. It's up to the public to decide based on what you said.
I don't want to say the president.
It's not an issue.
So let's go to the next question. Abdullah, you have established your point on this one.
Exactly.
So I'm like, debate. I come to you, your wife say my husband not here. That's they know that I lie, your husband here. The more they go for you, more they may not hear they what you talking.
Yes, so
you want to deny it? I was the president for 4.5 years.
It's not an issue, Senator Maggie. Yeah, it's an issue. If you keep insisting, I don't want us to go back and forth. But to argue,
go back and forth.
I come in to argue that President Weah was in Liberia and you was a minister of state, and for 1 year you did not observe the
because nobody reported it, my brother. You want to deny it? I said nobody reported. You want to deny? Let's not go there, brother. Young brother, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Give me a chance.
Let's not go there because now you let's not go there.
You're not
I said the first one you.
Thank you. Senator Miguel, let's give him a chance to continue with the second question.
You are indirectly confirming this statement that President Weah was an absent-minded president.
That's not true. You see now, stop disrespecting
his appointment.
Listen, my man, you see, sometimes you my brother from Babulu, sometimes when you're talking, I get upset with you. Because you pretend like you know something, you ain't know nothing.
I get upset with you.
No, you don't know nothing because I get upset with you because
I get upset with
you. What they brand you?
Again,
so I on telephone.
One, I beg you. Senator,
it's offensive to me.
No, Mama can speak for himself. We'll not do this today.
It's offensive to me.
No, that's a richest. You don't put yourself in the okay,
it did not come to the president's attention. When it came to the president acted.
I agree.
Okay. So, Mommy,
He won't deny it. He wants to
Senator McGill, Senator McGill, I beg you, please. We will allow Mohammed to complete his question, please. We have to.
Yeah, boy, man, be saying
it's okay. Let Mohammed complete his question. Mohammed, go ahead, please.
So I'm going forward, and I'm going forward by saying we agree that this president was president for 1 year, 7 months, and did not know his appointment was an illegal appointment, even though there were protests at the place. But that it confirmed that he was an absent-minded president. That's what I want to say. The second issue. The second issue, in the case of President Buhari, one day
you not here,
Senator McGill, guys, we don't want moderator at a time, Glenn. We don't want moderator. Let me try to do this.
Are you aware I put the going in my job on the president where?
Senator McGill, Mohammed has to ask a second question.
President Buhari, he corrected it the next day. He corrected it the next day because he's not an absent-minded president.
The one of the most important appointment in the government, the Attorney General and Joseph Miller, he know how many you want to list.
No, that's what he told you.
That's
what he told you.
What he said?
Mama, can you ask your question?
I'm a senator. Is the who told me?
I said, Mama, can you answer? Mama, can you ask your question? Senator McGill, that's okay.
Your
Senator McGill, I will come in.
Stop arguing.
Senator McGill, I will come in. Senator McGill, I want to ask my question. Mama, you will come in later. 1 minute, Mama. Senator McGill, please. We have thousands of folks, hundreds of thousands of people watching this show right now. With all the radio stations and social media, we are 9,014 people watching us live. We're asking you, please, for the sake of our audience, allow Mame to complete his question. Thank you. Mame, please, go ahead.
And I will make this clarification, Santon, because I was disrupted. Gabriel Nyika was appointed March 13, 2018. He served for more than 1 year, and when he was appointed, he went there was disruption, there was fighting, massive media report, and he served until September 19 before he was appointed. If people will argue that the president did not know for more than 1 year, it confirms the statement that President Weah was an absent-minded president. In the case of President Buhari, when people are appointed and by mistake, like nobody is perfect, in less than 2-3 days, it's corrected because he's not an absent-minded president and wouldn't allow somebody to serve for more than 1 year in a position that is illegal. So I wanted to put that up. The second thing is, he put out a statement here about 10U, and people will have to pay $250,000 and $400,000. I do not support the illegal removal of anybody from a position. But if somebody is removed, do not paint the picture that the government is obligated to immediately write a check of $250,000 to somebody. That's not what it says. If that was the case, but now you have paid Cabinet Janet, but now you have paid other people. What usually happens is the government goes into payment plan and make commitment to make that payment over time. It's not automatic. It doesn't happen right away. Even the counselor from the LACC has his own story of the processes he's going through to receive his payment because of his removal. So don't paint a picture to the public that the government is taking $250,000 to pay people and they can pay civil servant. I just wanted to say that and conclude on the finance ministry budget. I'm not satisfied with the finance ministry budget. We have issues. When it gets to the Senate, we raise it. But at your level as a senator, when you speak to budget issue, we don't expect you to speak to the ordinary people. The finance ministry budget is increasing because of some of the excesses that your administration left over. In the finance ministry budget is the payment of loans. When the United Party government left, they left $874 million in 2018. By 2022, your administration has taken to 1.1 billion. There are international commitments that needed to be paid up to today. All those payments are placed under the Ministry of Finance for onward disbursement. That's the reason why the Finance Ministry budget is increasing, because the Finance Ministry needs to pay the debt that it did not pay. The Finance Ministry needs to send funding to institutions.
Well, you lecturing me? You lecturing me? The guy, why you shaking your head for? Now you're not wrong.
Mama, you go out.
Now you put wrong comment before.
Senator,
now you put wrong comment before. Now you put have spoken to the IMF before. Now you put have talked to the World Bank before the talk.
But you're not running government, my
Senator Miguel, wait 1 minute. Mama, are you done with your question?
Yeah, I done with my statement. I done with my statement.
Let me respond.
No, Senator, wait. Senator, I beg you, wait. Mommy, you done with your statement? Are you done with your question?
Yes, no problem. For the show to go on, I give it on. Let the show go on.
Thank you, Mommy. Now, Senator, please respond, please.
Let me further. Mommy can lecture me because I should be lecturing. I can lecture him about governance. I was around for almost 5 years. I was in the room when we negotiated the IMF program. So I know all these things. I know the precondition IMF said before we go in the program. I know we got to pay our international debt. I know we got to pay our domestic debt. I'm saying to you, when Finance Ministry put all the money together and say they're going to pay debt, I want them to be specific. I want to specify which debt they're going to pay. Because any data performance they got to show. They got to tell me which debt they're paying, for what purpose they're paying, all international obligations we got to pay. Domestic debt, we got to pay the banks. Then we got to pay people who provide services to the government. We want to see the need. And for what purpose we want to see it. I'm just asking for explanation. You got to clarify to me. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying all the money going for Finance Ministry, civil servant work. Finance Ministry is going to spend this money. Any money under the Ministry of Finance, when they have the authority to spend in the Ministry of Finance budget, they're going to spend it. We're going to spend the Ministry of Finance and the deputies. To now assume that I'm enough below the 5 million, I'm going to spend it because it's enough for 5 million employee. Then you don't understand governance. Because I understand what I'm saying. Let's take the compensation of 8.8 million I put for the put on domestic pool. Who's going to pay? Who are they going to give it to? Do we know? They get $4 million for contingency. Who's going to pay? Minister of Finance. Who are they going to pay? Do we know? And you say now on Finance Ministry. So don't lecture me. I think you need, if you want to lecture, I should be lecturing you. Because when it comes to each of government, I've been there, I've done that. So don't lecture me. You can't lecture me. I know what I'm saying. Those money will come. And let me tell you something on the issue. The issue of your tenureship. It will be difficult. If the position is not vacant for the president to appoint somebody for to confirm that person. Until the position is vacant before we'll confirm anybody to the position. If you don't pay the president doesn't resign, the position is not yet vacant. So you can't appoint somebody to that position and say we're going to negotiate. The president got to send a letter of resignation and say, I resign, maybe I don't want my money. And that is the president's right. It's a voluntary thing. The president can do that. But what we're saying here is we're going to make sure we checkmate. Anywhere we see the semblance or anything of impropriety and not correct, we'll go there and try to correct it. So you can say incorrect.
Thank you very much. Let's do the quick.
So, on the budget issue, I just raised the issue of Finance Ministry. There are other issues all over the place. We're not going
Senator
there.
Miguel. Senator Miguel.
All over the place to defend.
Senator Miguel, it took everything in you to appear on Spoon today, and you always willing to come on Spoon. Let me squeeze in my two questions. We go around the table, one question each, because as you said, you usually don't stay up too late. Number one, on the issue of asset recovery, where are you? You said in your statement the other day that you guys will withhold the $1.9 million that should be going to asset recovery. Where are you, sir? Briefly.
Yeah, you Sandon, when you do things, I do it legally correct. The president cannot. You see, the president may have a very good intention, which I think the president should do, but you should do it legally. You cannot pass an executive order to violate the statute. Some of the power they get an asset recovery, no power belongs to LSCC. LSCC is a statutory body. There's an anti-grant body that needs to happen. Look at the way they're proceeding. Their term of reference is not very clear. And we're saying to them, until we can understand the term of reference, the first thing I started to so we cannot allocate money to them. We could allocate money to Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice can use them to go run, or Minister of State, they can go and run. But as a body, we can't put in the budget because it's not a statutory body. We can't put in the budget. So we'll look at it. We'll maintain most of the money and give to LCC.
So thank you very much. So my next question, very quick, Senator. I got to be fast on this. Scheduled protest, April 6th. Are you in support of any protest against this?
Listen, people have the right. Listen, people have the right to protest legally. They must do it in the context of the law.
Are you supporting Akara's Mercy Group CDC protest?
No, see, Akara has a category now CDC protest. He made that very clear. It's not a CDC protest. Akara Gray as a person, he has an organization. If they want to protest, they have their right, but it's not a CDC protest. As you know, I'm the chairman of CDC like Little Coco. If CDC is doing something, CDC will inform me. But Akara Gray right to protest, that's his right. And our right should be in the context of the law. And when you're doing it legally, you're doing it in the confines of the law, you have the right to do it.
My last two questions, sir, and I will be done. Then the rest of the guys can come in because I've been very patient. Let me ask you this very quick, sir. Let's talk about what you are saying, tenure position. The Supreme Court come down with a ruling saying that, listen, you got to get your pay, leave the position. Are you saying till you see a resignation letter, you are not satisfied and you cannot confirm?
No. If the people resign and the position is vacant, we can proceed with confirmation. But until the position is vacant, we cannot. Two persons can occupy one space.
Why did the Supreme Court come down with the final ruling and say
the Supreme Court will make an opinion? Supreme Court will not tell the position go resign. Supreme Court will make a general opinion. They say the law said this. If you want to do this, you must do X. You can do Y. You must do Z. Now, when Supreme Court say level the government and take action.
So my last question, Senator. My last question, Senator, which is very important. You have over 700 folks at the executive mansion under your government. You have over 300 at the information ministry, almost 600 at foreign ministry. Prior to the Joseph Yima Boakai government taking over, your government sent people all over the world on the foreign mission. Look at Freeport, all over, almost, when we put them together, almost 7,000 to 9,000 people. You are saying, well, are you admitting today on this show that your government made a mistake?
Admitting what?
Illegally, are you admitting tonight on Spoon Talk that your government illegally brought in Liberians under the pretense that they had a job and giving them as desired by way pay? Are you admitting that your government failed the Liberian people, sir?
No, government did not fail. Listen, you know, you're coming to go on an IMF program. IMF get restrictions and conditions.
But then why did you bring them in, knowing very well that you had no job for them, but you put it on a supplementary program?
Why you get people who work? Listen, you can say Martina. We kept them for 6 years. April, we are one 11 will be there for
was that part of your job creation?
But let two ways get created: your private sector or public sector. If public sector the bigger employer.
Why you couldn't put them through the CSA? Why you couldn't put them on
the CSA? The condition to get on CSA was, look, they were doing reform and bringing people small.
So therefore, you slow them into government.
No, not my government never failed, my brother. My government did.
So Senator, I gotta go. Therefore, you slow them into government.
Oh man, I don't know what you call slow way, Stano.
Because you didn't give them anything. You put them on a supplementary payment plan.
You can't pay the poor off, man. You can't pay the poor. Even your government, you had the same thing. Well, you know, when President we had to over, we did not throw cities or United Party poor out of the government. We kept them. But now you throw it.
Senator Miguel, let's go to Dr. Richardson. She will ask one question, Glendy Dwalu, and then we'll
let me say this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, I made a vow, and I want to always say the reason why you see me, I'm a strong advocate of the War and Economic Crime Code in Liberia. You know, some people think that sometimes people think I'm angry in the United States. I'm not angry in America. In fact, we're joining the fight. We're joining America in the fight against corruption in this country. And I'll continue to stand up. Whether now in the future, new government, the reason why when you see when we start raising, you supposed to say, oh, why are you raising doing your government time? Well, you were there, I want to time to raise it. In opposition, I want to time to raise it now. When people take money from here, you take 21 million, now you spend it. So the United States, and I said something, that the United States government on the TRC thing, the United States government have never coerced Liberian people. People having, oh, you're doing it because you're supporting war crime code because America. No. Yes, America support justice, but they're not forcing or they're not coercing all to go and do it. We are doing it as a sovereign country. As a sovereign country, as a senator of Liberia, Magibi County, elected by more than 52,000 people to do the right thing. And my people say, more fight corruption, more build war crime code. And the war crime code will be established. So by next week, after our retreat, the resolution will be passed by an overwhelming majority of our colleagues in the Senate. With all the necessary corrections will be made, the code will be established. And the U.S. fight for corruption in this country, some of us will join in there to make sure that we'll fight corruption. People say, oh my God, this and that. Okay, if you say, Sonny, if you go do anything, I see it, I will talk it. Then
so Senator, we gotta go. Senator, we gotta go. Waka mute on war crime code. You are saying to Chris Smith tonight. You are saying to Alan White. You are saying to Bev Venn. Every one of them that you are totally supporting war crime code call.
The war crime code resolution will be the Senate will concur with the war crime code resolution next week with all the necessary corrections that will be made. We're going to put it in context. There'll be two codes that will be created. One will be international code. One will be a domestic code. Domestic code will fight economic crime. The international code will fight the war crime because those are international crimes. The two codes will be created. Will consent to it. Next week, the Senate will pass. The Senate ought to reason now. The majority of Senators in agreement. We're just going to structure it.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, please. Glendy, Dualu, Andrew Bama, Dr. Bople, Mohamed Fatima, then Asif will come and take us home. Where is Asif, though? Go ahead, Dr. Richardson, please.
Senator McGill, I actually felt offended by you saying that we on the panel do not know more about
my apologies. Don't be offended. Sorry.
Yeah, because
I was sleeping on. I was just better my young brother, but my Babulu brother. Okay. But sorry, my apologies to the panelists.
It just didn't come out right,
Okay, I feel apologizing. What you want to say? Like you want to be me? I can't let so you can be me.
I wish I was there, but how's slapping your ear?
We are traditional people. I gotta correct the wrong information.
But you gave me a chance to accept the apology. Just keep going, and you tell him say I'm a counsel. You can't be my You give me a chance to accept the apology.
Okay, let me get you a chance.
My question to you, I want to go back to the East International Company.
Who? East
International Company with a guy called Kevin. I don't know his last name, but his name Kevin. Do you have any share or any business relationship, like a consulting firm or anything, with this company that is supposed to build or has contract with RIA Highway?
No.
You don't? Okay. So in your opening statement, you say you needed clarity on the budget. Do you want to tell us some of the clarity you need?
But Francine, Dr. Francine, I just raised a lot of issues here.
No, you only talk about one. You talk about the finance ministry having an
yeah, but the way the Pope Barrett, the way the Pope Barrett is being chopped.
Now what you're talking about?
Yeah, Pope Barrett. You talking about let me get something. It's not $1 million on a domestic debt. Explain to where that money going. You talk about almost $9 million on a compensation. They remove it from compensation. Compensation is what was they pay. You take that money, you put it on a major finance. So you put it at almost close to $70 million. You're talking about. There are other issues, other small things there. We're still finding there. Still checking. We'll find everything. We'll bring it. When we find everything, we'll bring it. We'll say it to the people. The budget going to be a structure. It's not going to be an easy debate. Maybe the government not going to have budget for maybe 2-3 months. Of course.
Wow.
Because we're going to take the money and give it to the
people. That is big if you say that. But thank you, Dr. Richardson.
They deserve the money. You won't go volunteer teacher.
If the government will not have a budget for 3 months, then I don't know what we are. Then you have one question, man.
So So I have 1.05 questions, and I'm going to ask them. So the first question is, and I'm not even looking at Stanton. The first
You're
question
gonna have only one question, Glenny. We gotta go.
You told us you had 2, but you gave 4. I'm
Glenny,
going to ask my
Glenny, you're gonna ask. Glenny, you have one question. We gotta go.
Yeah, you had 2, but you gave 4. Then I can relate my time.
Okay, thank you. Auntie Mama, you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Auntie Mama, ask you one question, please.
My question is, Senator Miguel, you just spoke about being on the side of the people to create jobs, and that touched my heart, because we on the panel, this is what we're here for, to speak on behalf of the people. When you see all asking questions, that doesn't mean we want to give you a hard time, but everyone of us, including yourself, on the same line. But I'd like to go back to I'd like to make a small statement. Miami, the reason why Miami came so strong was I brought it up first about the tenure position and what Mr. Yingan did. And because you spoke about tenure, so that's why that question came on, and Miami was trying to clarify that. And not that he was trying to disrespect you, but I think that's what we're trying to do, to buttress what I said. And it is true that Yinkan went there, misbehaved, and sat on there for 1.5 years. He was not removed and disgraced that man. And even at the PPCC,
Auntie Mama, your question now.
They made too hard on us to know. I know.
Auntie Mama, it's 7:16. They are texting me that the senator has to go.
Around 4, 5, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Auntie Mama, they are texting that the senator has to go. So we have to squeeze in a question, please.
And tell Senator McKay the reason why Miami came up with that thing, because what I said. Okay, my question is, you are concerned about the citizen getting job and people creating job. I don't know whether you know about this. I've been fighting a battle. I kind of slowed down a few days because I'm getting more information. The rubber situation in Liberia. Jetty, you must know Jetty, that your friend. Jetty is getting on everybody's nerve. Jetty is telling the people that he friendly with you, he friendly with Joseph Parker, he friendly with their person, and he will make the Liberian people, he will close all the rubber factory that they have built, he will close it down, and and he's going to purchase the rubber from the people for little money. He will make sure they will not ship the rubber. And Senator McGill, 49,000 person rubber planter, they got a rubber getting rotten, it's spoiling. Where? All in the factories. I went and visited some. All in the factories. Some people got 20 containers, some people got 40 containers, but I'm going to give me a small chance because you now understand. And this is very serious. And these people, the children are hungry, they're not going to school. Some of their children are not going to school. They don't have money to even pay the rent because they put up on the children on it. And but now they lift it and say 20 containers should go. And I rubber I heard for Jetty. One major or I don't know major or brewer is shipping that container. They're going to allow it to go. But the Liberians,
Mama, ask a question. We'll come back to you though. We got to be spotted with a question. When we honor this pension, because the guests have to leave.
You now get the scope of what I'm saying.
Get to the question. The guests have to leave, Auntie Mama.
The question is, Senator McGill, what are you going to do in the Senate for the Liberian people? 49,000 person waiting for the House of Representatives and the Senate to take a stand on behalf of them because they are sitting and not selling the rubber and anything. What are you going to do because of crucial issue? For the 9,000 person, the rubber.
The Senate Committee on Forestry and Fisheries have 3 committee hearings on this matter, and they'll continue hearing. From what I see a division. I see a swarm of farmers who can take their rubber to the factory, along the Jadi, but all including forestry and other companies, and they say they will get paid. They are supporting the moratorium on rubber. So you have a few people who say they are rubber something, and they say they are export of rubber. And people like Brad saying these guys are not being treated unfair. So if I get a small rubber, I can get $2,000. Why should I go? I'm not exporting. So that's a real issue. So at the end of the day, the main problem is what the Senate has recognized is that the issue of price is it would you have a rubber board that set the price? So it can be set by the people who buy it. It can be set by JD or Firestore or anybody. You will get a stand-up board that will set the rate the way Central Bank will set the exchange rate. You get a rubber board that will set the rate. That this is the cost of buy rubber. And you go whoever want to buy it. But mind you, my country, our country, my GB country has the largest rubber farms. And most of the farmers are there. And majority of young farmers who make a small farm who can get a $1,000 a year there, they think that a moratorium is good. So at the end of the day, we are investigating. So I'm not listening, we're not just listening to who say why, who say this. We want to see of the ordinary life, bring the poor people who get small little rubber farm, how they can benefit. Don't talk about the people who go around buying rubber and exporting to make their own money. You know, there are a lot of things we don't understand. The investigators on everything, a lot of things. Even the government, they're taking taxes from these people. They're not even paying the taxes to the government. Right now, there are reports that the very group you're talking about took more than $500,000 taxes from this small rubber farm and no one reported it. Now, in fact, the committee now is calling LRA to investigate that. So people need to understand. This is not about Jetty or Firestore. Or the people that processing rubber in Liberia because Firestore is processing Jetty. Oh my God.
Your audio is connected.
Yeah, and Firestore is processing rubber. So we are going to do a thorough investigation because when you say Liberia, we got to understand who the Liberia you're making reference to. So we are investigating the committee. We have another hearing on Wednesday. If you have the opportunity, you can be around.
Thank you. I think we have the video will be coming in, but we can hear the senator that will.
So the committee has taken the matter very seriously.
Yes.
The Senate Committee on Agriculture, they are investigating. So people are here complaining. We can understand all the complaints. So we have to understand what the Liberian will make a reference to here. Are they the ordinary people, the small holder farmers who cannot afford to export their rubber?
Yeah.
Or are they the big boy who buy rubber all around for the small people? When you hear some of the story,
I'm talking about small people.
The small people say they take their raw carrot to the people, they sell it, they take it for the man, come one more for their money. When the person come, they say the money not ready, but go to Jimama to go credit for Jimama. When you go credit for Jimama give you discount.
But can you open the market where Liberians are free to ship?
The market will be open.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
What I think with other Liberian people, why you can't form a consortium and build a processes station in Liberia? Why you want to take the raw material carry Abidjan carry different countries?
But they got a
Thank you very much, Senator McGill. Senator McGill, thank you. Let's bring in Dr. Boplet. Dr. Boplet, go ahead, sir. Senator McGill, thank you. Let's bring in Dr. Boplet. Dr. Boplet, please.
No, I want to answer about myself.
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
yeah, but Senator McGill, you cannot say that you want to answer your guys and say you got to leave. Dr. Boplet, can you come in with your question?
When you answer what question, you get rushing in.
I say if you want to stay, Senator McGill, can you stay till 12 o'clock?
Yeah, but almost y'all can still.
Yeah.
All right, but then if you can stay up to 12, then that's fine because your guys. Listen, guys, I am not rushing Senator McGill out of the studio.
Yeah,
when we have a guest and the guest of the individual got to go, we should respect them. So we should understand, okay? But if he said he can stay till 12 o'clock, and we will do that. Therefore, we'll go back to Glennie to ask her 2-3 questions. Glennie, you come in there.
Yeah, I only one. I got one more.
We'll jump over you. Glennie, JJ, come in with your question if you still have your question.
Senator McGill, I have my 2 questions. The first question I want to ask you about is about Milton Weeks. Was he a 10-year employee? Milton Weeks. Was he tenured at the Central Bank of Liberia? Was he tenured? Was he relieved of his post? Did the government pay him a lump sum or did the government do payment plan? I can't hear you.
We're not hearing you. We are not hearing the Senator Dama.
I don't have the full details now to check.
Yeah. So you don't remember Milton Weeks, the central bank governor?
I don't
so do you remember that he was a tenured employee?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. So then we can assume that you remember he was tenured, and the government also did a payment plan to pay him his salary. This is in direct contrast.
I can't recollect, so I have to check.
Really?
Even Patriot. Even Ataya Patriot.
If you can't remember that, then let me go to my last question, because Milton Weeks was a tenured employee, and he was relieved of his position by your government. You were the minister for presidential affairs. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me ask. Please, let me take it home now.
You call my real Nina.
You
call it real Nina.
Yes, let's do it. So you remember that. But anyway, my last question is, do you know of a Joseph Hammond?
Joseph Hammond?
Yes.
From Joseph Hammond, I pro now.
Joseph Hammond. What are now after adjective? Do you know Joseph Hammond?
I don't know who they call Joseph Hammond. Joseph Hammond, I don't know my name.
The reason I'm asking is because it is being alleged that Joseph Hammond sold you a property on the highway that was already bought by somebody else. And that's why I'm asking you, do you know publicly?
You want me to go to my private business with you?
But you say you know him again.
No, I say you say you sold me a property. I want to ask you, you want me to go in my private business with you?
So that's why I didn't want to go and ask you, do you know Joseph Hammond?
I don't know Joseph Hammond. Joseph Hammond,
right. I have no further questions for the senator. Thank you. Ome follow.
So can I ask my last one question?
That's a laughing.
Go ahead, though. When you Joseph Hammond are pro now, the woman know that Joseph Hammond are pro now. When you go ahead,
my last question is, they call the money in Kitman. What the name of the people say? B. Martin. My question to you, Senator Michael, why is it during the Jovial government up to now, up to present, the money, all that gold, and they taking the gold to Freetown, helicopter can come from Freetown, lay in the forest, take the gold to Freetown, then they carry it to Turkey. Are you aware of that? And is it proper for it to be done that way? That's my last question.
I know that you get a problem with Joey.
I got no problem.
I said, we are the best. Let that you don't problem now. Let the president we are.
No. I want to ask you why.
Okay, we're not litigating what happens. Say your problem now. You take that one. That responsibility.
Senator.
No, the moment problem.
Let me bring in Fatima. She have not asked a question. Then we'll bring you. Then from there we'll go to Mr. Dwalu. Sorry, Mama, not you. I'm talking with Dwalu. Let Fatima ask a question and we'll
give me 10 minutes. I gotta go sleep, Mama. 10 minutes.
Yeah. There you go. You say you were sick.
I look at time. I look at time.
Go ahead.
Hello to all of the panelists and to all the viewers around the globe. My question to you is, Honorable Senator, I wanted you to define the role of government for me. And then after you've defined the role of government, I will now come to tell you how illegal those 700 people were with regards
I don't understand you.
Huh?
You want to send me to school to define role?
No. I ain't sending you to school, Honorable. I'm just trying to hold you accountable.
I have a good question.
What is the role of government? That's the question. All right, if you don't know, the role of government.
My eyes will tell me what form of government abroad get you will tell me.
No problem. The role of
the form of government abroad. What is abroad? What is abroad form of government? The form of
government. Fatima, 1 minute, please. Senator, Senator McGill. even if you choose not to answer her question, give her chance to finish. I agree, but give her a reason. I beg you, Fatima, wait now. Fatima, wait. Senator McGill, let you rest with her question.
Senator Akame, on a friend, because I'm a senator of Liberia.
Correct.
I left my heart to come to Sonny Siro, and I can't be talking small children.
And I'm playing.
I'm a define government, all that kind of thing.
And I'm playing.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm just asking you.
Hold on 1 minute, Fatima, wait. Senator
McGill. I ask you question for government, you know government. I ask you what form of government. So that question, man.
Senator McGill, so we pass that question. We're allowed to ask her second question.
Yeah, let's ask different question, man. Where you ask that question?
Go ahead, Fatima.
You are the senator for all of the people of Margibi.
Yeah, but you gotta show some respect to the senator of Margibi country.
But honorable, you came here and you said that you included 700
people.
Don't
be asking me, man.
Okay. I'm gonna reclaim my time. Now 10 minutes is not gonna go. I'm gonna reclaim my time. I'm just saying. You said that you added 700 people because they were poor. Why didn't you create jobs for them? Why don't you create avenues for them to
answer that question? I'm going to ask that question again. The responsibility on you now. The responsibility on your government to do it.
Senator of Margibi.
The responsibility on your government.
Thank you, Fatima. I think the senator have answered your 2 questions, Fatima, or you choose not to answer your question. Mr. Duadu.
Choose not to ask my question, but I can still make my statement.
We'll come back to you, Fatima. We'll come back to you to make your statement, please. Mr. Duadu.
Yes, thank you to that for the senator and spending time with us. Look, this is serious business because people's lives are at stake. I mean this wholeheartedly. No bank in the Republic of Liberia is going to give anybody over $200,000 loan, even if they're making $5,000 a month. If Senator McGill spends the entire 100% of his salary for the time he worked in government, he cannot pay back the $250,000 that he claimed was lended to him by a bank. Now, my question to the senator is this. What did you say to the bank, or what did you use for a bank to give you over $200,000 when you first came to government, sir?
When you just follow, you let our gossip news, you don't get fined.
No collateral.
So I answered that question way back. The bank told you say they never give me a loan, and you say ask me that question. So apparently you don't even know what you're talking, Dwalu. So that you need to really study before you come on the platform, because you can just get and ask question. So that answer what I got for you. Let's go to different questions.
The senator, if you're going to use disrespect,
this is not right.
Hold on, guys.
That question was answered while we're in the government. On the scene network, the bank came and said, we never get a loan. And you still ask me the same question. The reason why I'm saying you should study before you come to the show.
That's fine. So let me respond quickly to the senator.
When you ask me a question.
You represent the people of Senator of Liberia. I will respect you, but I will say this to you. When you are asking me irrelevant question. Listen to me. When you are graduating from LU in 2021, when you enter 2005,
my man, I
very much. Go ahead.
My man, you know I graduated from LU 2021. You know. And say maybe your brain, I'm telling you that I went to school, I graduated from LU 2021. I got yearbook. I'm not bad. I in a yearbook. So what are you saying? I know I graduated from LU.
No,
okay. But you're just thank you very much. So let's go ahead, Dr. Boblet. Dr. Boblet, go ahead. So Dr. Boblet, go ahead, please.
2021 to graduate from foundation.
Dr. Boblet, you know I graduated from LU. That's a fact.
Dr. Boblet, thank you.
You think I know I graduated from LU? I have classmates.
So, nobody say you didn't graduate from LU. I understand what I'm trying to say.
Senator McGill, everybody know that was a slip of tongue. You graduated 2021. I do believe that we have to move on. Dr. Boblet, please.
Why you want to make that an issue?
Dr. Boblet, your one question, sir.
The records are there. The files are available.
Thank you, Stanton. I think what we do, here is we have conversations. I don't think that can help the nation. I don't think anybody comes here to lecture the other person. And quite frankly, if the officials from the last government could lecture us, then our country won't be in the mess it's in. So we come to learn from one another. I do want to say this. I have one question. The public sector is not a place we want to create jobs. We want to create jobs in the private sector. Every developing and emerging economy, when they say job creation and GDP expansion, they're talking about private sector, not the public sector. So please, Honorable Senator, encourage your colleagues to think that way, not sending people to public entities, but moving the resources for private sector job creation. And in your comment, you have mentioned that LU at the time of President Weah was 4,000 students, and 6 years later, it was 20,000. Actually, in 2012, the university already had 23,837 students. I just want to put that out for the record. In 2012, they already had that. Well, I graduated from LU, we had more than 4,000.
Right, you could be right. Well, what I'm saying, the university authority told us that when they do pre-registration, the number will be around 6,000. But when the students go to pay their school fee, the actual students that remain in school were all around 4,000. That was the report from the university. I didn't make that report. Maybe they get it wrong. That was the report from the university authority. Okay, so I was just using that as a basis.
Understood. Must have been a misunderstanding there. So, Honorable Senator, I appreciate your comments about working with our international partners, especially the U.S., to help with the economic crimes court establishment. It is important for our way forward. The U.S., as you well know, have been our most consistent supporter and contributor to our socio-economic development. During the war, Ebola, whatever it is, they've always been one of the biggest funders of Liberian initiative. And that same U.S. Have said all these things to say, but we heard what you said. Some people will call you a lame duck senator because you're not able to fully engage our greatest partners and biggest contributors. Are you working on making that relationship better so our senator, especially for me as a Magiban, our senator can be able to sit with his colleagues in Washington, D.C. and help move resources to Liberia to help build this country?
Of course, I'm doing that. I'm looking forward to the opportunity. I've always made myself available. And that's the reason why I've said to you, irrespective of the situation, I will still engage the United States. They are a greater ally. I see they're very supportive of the issue of the War Crime Court. We're going to support it. I see they are very supportive of fighting corruption, not only in Liberia, but around the world. I will support that. And I continue to be committed. I have to do everything that is right for our people. It is my hope that the United States will see that some of the things that people say about me were just wrong. Look, I'm excited when I see even people in the government are saying people are using their names. People are using their names. People are scamming on their names. The last time the Senate issued a notice that people were going around and using senator names to get money from people to get a job. It was the same thing I fell victim of. People were using my name. People were going around taking money from people in my name and saying, McGill, when you go on Facebook right now as we speak, Dr. Boble, if you have your phone with you right now, if you just Google Nathaniel McGill, you will see you'll get more than 10 Nathaniel McGill on your phone. And all the boys, when you start talking to them right now as we speaking, if you start chatting, we'll start chatting with you. But they're not me. So I have fell victim to all these schemers and people use my name. And you can understand why the great United States would take the step they want to take. I'm an innocent guy. People misconstrue. Maybe, yeah, I'm helping people. But I'm not going around stealing government money. But I feel victims of some of their actions. And I'm looking forward to the day that the United States is a greater democracy. They believe in justice. They will review my situation. I'm hoping one day they will review it and say, let's get this. Maybe we need to look at the man's situation again. Whether he really did some of the things that people say he did. And so I'm looking forward to that. And so we are working day and night to make sure that we keep our relationship with the United States because we need them. As you know, we have Firestone, which is a U.S.-related company in Magibi. And so we are doing our best. So your just answer question directly is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Mame and Asido will be the last to take us home.
Mr. Maggie, I know you have said this. People lie, use my name a long time. Nobody in Liberia can use anybody's name and make over $1 million in the process. And the person who was cheated in the process cannot speak. Only you who claim to use your name. If somebody use your name and cheated somebody of $1,000, $5,000, $20,000, $100,000, those people who were cheated by using your name will be the one alarming that somebody stole from me using my name. It would not be Maggie who will be saying people use my name to steal from somebody. Who are the victims that people who use your name stole from? Where are they? Where are they not complaining? That somebody use your name and stole from them. But I was on the stealing news.
You hear people complain all right about stealing from them. Just today, the president of BWR called me.
I'm talking about you. I'm saying BWR. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about BWR. There has been no record where anybody came out and said somebody stole $20,000 from me using my name. There have been no record where anybody came out and said somebody said they were getting me concession because they used my name. No record. But I leave that. Let me go to the issue about closing on what you said.
So close the store, man. I want to answer that young man. Just
1 minute. If you want to go.
He got only one question because we got to bring
I get good time for Sonny. I'm not answering that later.
If you want to go. The show can close because of you.
Honorable Miguel, he almost don't wait question.
I want English on a good note.
You have to wait. You have to wait. Even if you choose not to answer his question, let me ask. Because I said don't have to ask you question.
I'm not answering.
So make your point, Mame. Mame ask your question.
I'm not asking you, so you don't even answer me. I'm not asking you.
Mame, I will answer Mame. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to answer the man.
I'm not asking you. I will have to ask you before you answer me. I'm not asking you.
Mame, go ahead. Ask your question or make your point.
What I'm saying.
Yeah.
You said, yeah, you can teach me. I agree. I take lecture from plenty of people. Even my brother children in grade school, I take lecture from them. But on governance, this is why I will not take lecture from you on. You are in a room with Iboma and Eton. I can't take lecture from you on Iboma and Eton. You were in a room when the government was signing concession with Cal Power Energy, when all our development partners in the energy industry have to read the president and tell him to stop. You were in that room. I can't take lecture from you when it comes to governance on energy. You were in the room when drugs took over our country. 100 million people were on Kush. I can't take lecture from you on governance on dealing with the issue of drugs. You were in the room when women were being raped.
I've never smoked my whole life.
Please give me a chance. I can take lecture from you, but lecture I will not take from you.
I've never smoked my whole life. I
will not take lecture from you.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. But you got to provide facts. You don't provide facts.
I didn't say you smoke. I didn't say you smoke.
I'm saying to you, there are records. I just said to you today. Today somebody called me. The president of BDI just called me today.
I did not say you smoke.
And said to me, people use my name and call him.
I did not say you smoke.
I'm saying the Senate issued a notice.
On your lecture issue now,
the Senate issued a notice and said that the senator names are being used by people trying to get a job and are taking money from people. The Senate issued that notice. I'm saying I fell victim of the same thing when our ministers say people were using my name. People were using my name. People were going around taking money from people.
I'm talking about you lecturing me.
I can bring a dozen of people to come out.
Give me chance, let me learn. I'm not talking about the name. I'm talking about
I'm saying that people use my name.
Give me chance.
People use my name.
Let me chance.
And I said that
Give me chance. Let me learn.
People use my name.
I'm not asking you.
Use my name. Your name.
Where are the victims?
If you use my name, you will get anything you want. Because people feel
it's not happening. Give me chance.
The all-powerful God. People feel like
no victim yet to say somebody stole from me using my name. There have been no victim to say somebody stole from
Maybe
you.
there be no victim.
Only you passing
Maybe there be no victim. Zero victims.
Victims. You can see the victim, but let me conclude.
He's talking about no victim. There's zero victims.
You say you are not talking to me. Give me chance. I'm not talking to you either. I'm talking to the public. So give me chance. So that's why I'm concluding. You can lecture me. I agree you can lecture me. But you will not lecture me because you were in the room with Iboma and Eton that created embarrassment to our country.
Maybe you're angry. Probably you're angry.
Lecture me about governance on fighting drugs in the country. Because while you were serving in government, drugs took over our country and destroyed the young people. You can't lecture me about that. You can't lecture me about governance when it comes to building and maintaining.
I gotta leave.
Why you are minister of
security? I gotta leave. Already spoke for 11:45.
You cannot lecture me about building relationships in governance. You can lecture me.
So, Mame, can we squeeze in? Can we squeeze in Isaac? Thank you, Mame.
I hear you, man. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you, Mame. Asido, we have the other Asa in the back, and we're going to end the show. So, Asido, please, your question. I'm going to step back and bring Asa Va on to ask his last question.
I will leave so you can bring Asa on.
Thank you,
yeah,
Mame.
so thank you. I wanted to provide a clarity before you came in very quickly. So, Governor Weeks, attorney did end at the central bank. He was now removed.
That is not true. That's not true. That is not true.
And
that's not true.
Okay, Glennie, will let Asa finish up, please.
If he's correcting me, I'm telling you it's not true.
Glennie, will let you finish.
Okay, I will wait because I will come out with the facts.
You make your correction. Hold on 1 minute. Asa, please go ahead.
And then he was replaced by Governor Petrie, who did resign. In fact, I was in one of the meetings when a certain issue came up, and he resigned. But Senator McGill, I wanted to say this to you. There is difference between voice and talking and let's go to the fact of experience, people who've been there. I, for one, have been called by someone who had claimed to be former Pro-Tem Abbott, that he was in Grand Crew in a certain part of the place, he couldn't get scratch card, I'm saying $100 scratch card. Good for me. I knew the former Pro-Tem, so I called him. Said, you call me, say you want, you know, but I said, what I want to minute. So it is only to say these things happen in government, and people with the experience of government know. People who bring voice, because Sir Isaac Newton created voice and just use it, they don't know what happens. But those who actually love that understanding. And let me conclude now to ask the question to say, government is not some child's play. The reason why people go to election and someone wins is because the people say you are to do it. If George Weah was president 2018-19 and he did not create 1 million jobs, President Biden is the president today. He should be creating 1 million jobs.
I said, do not answer your question with stand on. They may not talking to you.
Let you go ahead. I said go ahead.
An election. And the CDC did not win because the Liberian people said the CDC, you didn't create 1 million jobs, President Biden was created. So this fallacy of some voice using Sir Isaac Newton, they were people who created voice. Oh, why the government that you do it? It's just laughable. It only shows the fact that someone may not understand the reason why elections are won. And people always say elections have consequences. And I must appreciate you for the fact that you came on the show prepared to ensure you make people understand that they came in your head to make you to say what you want them to say. You are asked a question and you answer the question based on what you know. And it is one some other person who was saying they know it all, that you must answer the question in the way they want you to answer it. That's not how it should work.
I said, are we going to be prayer singing tonight? That prayer
I get a straw if you want it. I get a straw if you want a straw.
He didn't answer no question. He was angry, very angry.
Stand up.
Honorable Miguel, we want to say thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's been a privilege. It's been a privilege for me.
Honorable Miguel, let me end on this note.
I gotta go. It's been a privilege for me on this show.
Honorable Miguel,
I always make myself available anytime someone call upon me.
Honorable Miguel, wait 1 minute. Let me end on this note. As always, you make yourself available. As tough as it is, you always avail yourself. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. We hope we can have you again and again and again. Now you can do your parting statement, and we wish you well.
I want to say something. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I will make myself available. I feel I'm going to fight for the people of Liberia. Simon, I want to say again, one of the major issues, Liberia will have to be a closure to this process. We have to bring a closure to justice in Liberia. I want to thank my Senate colleague, the member of the CC Caucus. I want to thank my party for her support. I want to thank the member of the CC Caucus. The Senate, as you know, we are House of Elder. We're going to put a very beautiful resolution together. We're going to be a joint resolution by next week by the help of God. I want to thank the pro-tem. People say, look, the pro-tem is not working against she's not working against the resolution. She want to make sure that Senator will meet and discuss it. I think we're having a retreat. After our retreat, this whole war crime code issue, the first step toward establishing the code will be settled. The resolution, which is a consent resolution that laid the basis and the foundation for justice in Liberia, will be signed and delivered to the President of the Republic, Excellency Joseph Boakai, who will now take it to the international community. And from the international community, especially the United States and the UN, will work with him. Then it will revert to us. I want to thank the people of Magibi for voting for me. I want to thank my brother Boble, who is a member of my constituent. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to all our supporters in Liberia. And I want to say to the panel, we are not against President Boakai, but we will fight for the things that Liberian people need to have. If President Boakai does good things, we'll support it. That's what I'm supposed to say. Why we're not voting again or a candidate? That would be the wrong thing to do. We got to get the president time to work with the people you want to work with. And so I wish all Liberians the best. The Senate coming back. To my colleagues, I want to say thank you for coming back. I look forward to a very strong debate beginning tomorrow on the budget. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Senator Miguel. Always good to have you. Thank you very much, Senator Miguel. As always, we want to say, here we are. Oh boy,
arrogance.
It's just important for us to control ourselves as panelists on the show. These guests take the time to come on the show. Please, if you want to make your statement, it should be at least in line with some professionalism. We shouldn't be like the guests. If we feel that the guests insulted or like Dr. Richardson did, check them and allow them to apologize. But again, to all those that feel that the conversation went one way or the other, this is Spoon Talk. We try to give you the best. We're going to do our own closing. We're going to discuss the issue, and we're going to talk about what we heard so far today. Last on the show, he couldn't ask his last question was Aziva. Aziva, let's bring in you as we do our closing, Isaac. You always have to unmute yourself, Isaac. All right, probably he's not talking to us.
No,
are you with us?
I have unmuted myself.
All right, go ahead, Isaac.
Okay, so I respect the guests, but you should also demand that the guests respect us. I don't know what the degree of Maggie knowledge of governance for him to come and categorically state here that he can teach anybody about governance. When he participated in a government that failed dismally, miserably. I wish I was on to address that and tell him, because, I'm glad somebody made him to apologize, but that was not enough. It was a flippant apology. And somebody asked him a simple question to test his governance knowledge. He couldn't answer it, so he acted like it was an insult to him. So please, man, let your guests then also try to discipline and say the scene with Yeke King and made that book nonsense statement that he made. It's not fair to us because some of us will not accept that. You know, we respect them. We ask our question, whatever way they want answer, whether they lying, that they answer. We're not coming push back. We're not in a court of law.
But I like what you said. It's good that we have this conversation as a vibe. If they answer, it may not be to your liking, then we'll move on. Okay?
Yes, I agree.
We should establish that. If any guests come on the show to insult, we'll check them. Whether they apologize sincerely or whether they fake their apology, at least Dr. Richardson got it on record to apologize. But the thing for us to go back and forth with them, and we want to ask more than 3-4 questions, it's unnecessary. We are 10, 11 people in the back waiting. We should be calm enough to acknowledge that others have to ask the question.
And it's not like our public ignorant. Our public see all the things that happen. Many of them have been victimized by some of these things. So if somebody come in and make these statements, hey, that's them, you know. But hey, the platform is continuing to, you know, provide information to the people. Some people may not like the show because we're giving platform to somebody who's, you know, what they call it, a sanctioned individual, or they have been accused of so many things. But other people got to share their stories. They got to bring it out. So, you know, it may not be to your liking, but there are a whole bunch of people who are listening, and the diversity of the show is what keeps it interesting. But the one thing Maggie did say in terms of the Ministry of Finance, I think it's something we should look at. And I mentioned it the other day. The increase in the Ministry of Finance budget over time is disproportionate to the performance of the Ministry of Finance in any regard. And we as a people should look at those things and be able to say, look, why are you moving from this, you know, 20,000, just to give an example, to 60,000 a year? Or why are you, you know, decreasing in this particular area where money should be necessary? The Ministry of Finance should be paying people. It shouldn't be an institution that have that, what, 23, 25% of the budget to do what? It makes no sense to me for them to have that weighty budget. So it's something, hopefully we can take some time and really look at the Ministry of Finance budget. And no offense to Bama Kamara or whoever been finance minister, but it's just not proportionate to the production that comes out of the Ministry of Finance. And when we're talking about executing from the executive branch of government. So that's something that really needs to be looked at. And hopefully in the next budget, they'll really realign priorities for us to see it. This issue of our minerals center is very serious. These Chinese people and other people have continuously exploited this country. The people in these communities don't benefit. They make them promises. Those promises are never fulfilled. And they leave big holes in our, you know, in our country. So who knows the next time? Look at it, the slide water. I don't know who created that mudslide or what were the real cause, because we do need, you know, experts to analyze these things. And unfortunately, we don't do the due diligence. We have not heard from the disaster management people yet on this. What's the expertise there to assess that situation, to be able to clearly investigate and say X, Y, Z is responsible for this? If the mine has stopped operating, why did it not close the area with the mine so that nobody could venture in there and they allow maybe people to continue mining? So in terms of control, in terms of governance, and really governance became really lax on the past government. Hopefully this government can really take some time to assess the failure in government for us to change some things and to move this country forward. Otherwise, if they don't take that time to assess where they are and to try to make some changes, they can't be successful. They will go down the same drain. And again, by 2029, we'll definitely be looking for new leadership. So, you know, I'll stop there for now for other people to.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just good to add that we're having Javon Smith from Riverside tomorrow. He will be our guest, and we'll discuss all these mineral issues. It's very important. I'm happy that he's coming. We got a lot of questions to ask him. Welcome to the show, Uncle Sam Jackson. It's good that you came in. We'll go to Dr. Richardson. You're welcome, sir. We'll go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, your 2 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, well, congratulations, Sam. I heard your appointment.
Oh, bastard, man. That's your April Fool.
You know, I want to start by saying that Senator McGill said some interesting things today. One was he listened to his constituent regarding the War Crimes Court. He said that he's looking forward to the senators working with him to pass a resolution. He also talked about, working with the education department to make sure that they improve education. I think Glendy asked him that question about education. However, I was very disappointed in the senator today. I hope that he does not interact with his constituent in this manner. He didn't answer many of the questions that were asked. He was very arrogant towards the panelists. I actually thought that, when guests come on the show, they should at least respect us, because respect begets respect. He said that when you're an educated person, you don't need to announce to the world that you're educated. When you know about good governance, you don't need to announce to the world. People can see it. We know it and we can see it. I don't flunk my doctorate degree around. You have to know me and you will know it. And somebody said, maybe he knows about government, but does he know about good governance? Anybody can know about government. You can. Even my grandson, who's 3-year-old, knows about government. Okay, but if you knew about good government, Liberia wouldn't have the second highest crime, which is rape, in the world. Okay, if you know about good governance, American government wouldn't be asking us questions about healthcare and be telling us how we misuse and misappropriate money relating to healthcare. If you knew about good government, he will work in the interest of the Liberian people, which I don't think he did tonight. I hope the people of Margibi County are paying attention. For some reason, I just can't even believe that they elected him. I have a feeling that some kind of pay for play was involved. I'm sorry to tell you guys that. I have a feeling, because I was in Liberia for the election. Let me tell you, many of these people who were elected pay people or give people paper rights or couple rights for people to be elected. So when they come and brag to us and say I was elected, there's underlying meaning to that election, okay? I'm not impressed by that. So I will close by saying, Senator, yes, you said some good things that I appreciate, but please respect us, because respect begets respect on this show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Singh. Glendy?
So I actually have a migraine. I have a serious migraine tonight. Honestly, I was extremely disappointed. And I will hope that Follow McGill, Ome Follow, will listen to this show. Because why it is that we are panelists on here, I don't have any journalistic qualification. I'm not a journalist. We're Liberians. We come, we ask questions. Why it is that we're here, we're asking questions. He has something to lose. He's a sitting senator coming on this platform that I was looking at the number of comments, 11,000 comments. That's not even the views. That's just 11,000 things written on this post. And to have a sitting senator to come and be interruptive, to just be condescending to people, all of these, everybody on here is a professional. Everybody knows what they know. And to come here and be seriously spoken to the way he did on some instances to some people is totally unacceptable. He alone can be rude. He alone can be rude. He alone can yell at people. If some things were not causing us to be quiet, we ourselves we can throw down too like him. I would hope that he will listen to this show and watch what his performance was tonight as a sitting senator. It was the people can say dismal for me. Very, very discouraging. And this is when I signaled to the fact that Dr. Richardson was here, Every time Senator McGill is on here, he never gives the people a chance to ask questions. He never allows them time to answer. He is always interruptive. I would hope he would. Why it is that maybe it was a good thing that he came on, but he also have to understand that he's being watched and he's representing people of Liberia. Can't come and continue to behave like that. I can do whatever I want to do and act crazy, but he cannot because he's a government official. And we expect better from him. Thank you.
All right, I didn't know that you're watching the comments. Indeed, it's 11,000 comments. I'm going to go back to read all those comments.
Yeah.
It should inform us better. Thank you for taking a look. And all those of you that continue to comment, good or bad, we appreciate you. Fatima Bintu Salif.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm going to step out so Njamama can come. She said she's still there.
So,
thank you.
I just wanted to give a closing statement and then leave. When people ascend to power, especially to the likes of senator, by enticing people with stolen monies to vote for you, and you come here and boast, I have 52,000 people. Who does not know about Liberian politics? Half of the 52 were trucked. The other half was giving, things to entice them, rise. They keep our people in poverty so that they can go back there, entice them with those stolen money for them to vote for them. But you know what happened? This is the people's channel. This is the people's station. We will hold them accountable. The fact is that if you come on a platform, we have the right to ask questions because we are working for and by the Liberian people. We speak for the Liberian people to make their lives better. For you, a given senator, to sit up here and say, oh, we just put the people on the list because they were in poverty. Why don't you do job creation? That's the easiest way. Create something for them to do because they are making the men to feel less than. If you are giving a man fish every day and he does not earn it, you're just making him to feel less than. We're not coming here to praise people on a daily basis. We are going to hold them accountable. And if that is something that makes them up, and he's talking, oh, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm the other. No, Senator. This too is Liberia. We will speak truth to your fake power. We'll let you know that you know what happened. Liberia matter, and the Liberian people matter most. We'll educate our people to know the power of that one vote, not to give it to people. Liberia is the only country I see when somebody steals from the people, then they reward you another big job to continue to steal. We need to go from town to town, from village to village, from coast to coast, to educate our people on the power of their vote. And once and little by little, our people, they are becoming aware. And this thing will soon be a news of yesterday. We will make them aware of their right, and they will make informed decisions. They will know who you are, what you've done. And the last thing I would like to land on, Senator McGill said 52,000 of them voted for me. But he also said it was not the American people that called him this, that, and the third. It was the very Liberian people that spoke ill of him. If he was so well-liked, if he did not entice our people with stolen money, because before 6 years, he had absolutely nothing, not even a kitchen. He was renting for Angie, Mama's sister. Let the record be known. He was renting. For him to sit here today, compare his salary, the salary that he made then in the last 6 years, and the properties that he got. We're not drunk. We're not stupid. We're going to hold you guys accountable. You have failed Liberia. You have failed our country. And that's why, whether you like to hear it or not, you're a one term. Thank you and good night. Bye-bye, panelists. I'll see you tomorrow. Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslims around the world. Call me rude if you want, but we'll hold them accountable. Angie, Mama, I love you. Dr. Fersi, you know how I feel. Bye-bye. Dr. Brooklyn, thank you. All of you. Bye-bye. Duado,
you call my name? You call my name?
But you know you uncle now. Uncle Sammy. Are you? But I too vexed with your man. You see money from the Liberian put, then you want to boast in front of us and tell
Have a
us,
good night. Have a good night, Fatima.
you will
Bye,
call me
Fatima.
up, no problem. Bye-bye.
Bye, Fatima. Eduardo?
Yeah. Stanton, there are approximately 195 countries in the world. Liberia ranked near the very bottom in everything. Infant mortality, we on the bottom. Employment, we on the bottom. Maternal mortality, we on the bottom. In terms of employment, human capital development, I can go on and on. We on the bottom of everything. And we talk about governance. I've been in government. Look, I think it was Nigerian playwright Willie Sonyika that said this. He said, when the criminals who have stolen from the people are regrouping to continue their theft, the very people who have been stolen from are the people that are cheering them on. The people of Magibi County, you shame us tonight. Honorable McGill does not understand the position he holds. You are suffering because you're an active participant in your own suffering. We are continuing to do this to us every single time. When somebody brings a bag of rice to you, what you do is you take the bag of rice and you give them your franchise. The most valuable thing you own as a citizen in that country is your will and your power. You're the only person who should be able to wield that power. Yet and still, we take the least capable among us and we give them the mental power. And we expect diligence and prudence and duty and honor to be a minister in our country. Is not going to happen. The reason why the likes of Honorable McGill behaves in this fashion is because the people allow him to behave in that fashion. McGill understands that there is no consequence to whatever he does, good or bad, because he can go and take Farion and pull Farion one side and pull rest one side, then you pull McGill in. McGill for senator, and then you elect him. They keep you in abject poverty because they can control you that way. I want you to open your eyes. Honorable McGill told me to go and read. I read way more than McGill ever has. I can guarantee you cannot tell you the last book he read. This is the nonsense we do when we don't want to answer questions. This man had not a pot of pissing or a window to throw him out of yesterday. Now he's claiming he's a rich man with 2 houses but he was renting. Look at what he's acquired over the span of 6 years. What it do to us? We are active participant in it because we continue to give our franchise to people who should not be in government. If you want deliverables, you have to find men and women that are truly dedicated to transforming this country. Once again, man, thank you always, guys. It was just a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. And Jemima?
Well, I like to say that I want to say that it was good that the senator came in, but he did not answer most of the questions the way he should have answered it. Maybe like when I asked him the question about P mounting, I was just telling him, I said, I really wanted for you to answer that question because it pains my heart to note that from early time, 12 years, Joe Wiata 6 years, 18 years almost, under that 12 or 6 years. Yeah. She went 2 times to that 12 plus for 6 years. P Mountain, the gold standard that they carry on the block is so long and big. They do all the finishing, everything, gold blocks. The helicopter comes and the government knew about it then. Ellen government knew about it. And Joe Weir government knew about it. And he said, I don't know whether Uncle Joe knew about it. But I'm sure all of them watching tonight, Mo Ali, all of them, they should investigate that big mountain. If you taking you mining the gold out of there, it should come into Monrovia and make sure that the government sees they pay the correct taxes. Then before they take it out of the country. But you cannot carry a helicopter in the middle of the forest from Freetown, load all the gold on a many trips into Freetown, from Freetown to Turkey. This is totally wrong. And he said, okay, but since you're there now, you'll take your aid. Okay, you'll take your aid now since you're there. But I told him, I said, no, but Senator, you should have answered that question because it really paid my heart. And they're taking all the gold. They don't have road for the poor kid, man. They don't have safe drinking water. They don't have even housing there for the people. They're taking millions and millions of dollars away from Liberia that we don't even, without monitoring, and it's just going. So appealing to the government can stop those people from taking the gold out of the country like that. Let them pass it through Monrovia, let it enter Monrovia, and then we'll see what's going on. That's one of my points. Number two is that the Miami came into, when I spoke about when he spoke about the tenure position, he had Lincoln going and putting the car, the later boss out of the OC, hijacked the man with EPS, putting all in, sat in the seat, and sat there for 1.5 years. 1.5 years. 1.5 years he sat there, and nothing was done. Then Gregory Como was forced, he had to resign because he wanted to keep his own dignity. The other guy jumped on top of the desk and brought people to fight Gregory. But because the man knew that he was more than that, he sat upon himself. Nobody forced him. He said, no, I can't go through this disgrace anymore for these children, for these hooligans. He resigned. He sent a letter in. So if you have tenure position that you people had your people doing such a thing, then you want to talk about tenure? You want to talk about tenure now? And that was my position. That's why I gave him all the. And when he started to talk to Miami, I came in defense of Miami because I brought it up to him. Then the rubber plantation, Jetty. How can you have an Indian man who came here with just plastic bag? Then he said, oh, I don't know for the 9,000. For the 9,000 people almost, rubber planters, all over the 15 counties are crying with Jetty name. That's what I said tonight. I said, and that your friend, Jetty is your friend. So how can we do that? The people are not crying that the people buying the rubber. The people bought the rubber from the same way Jetty is buying the rubber. Liberians are all like Gabriel Robert. The man went and built a whole factory here, a big place. He spent $1 million in Kakata. You understand? I went there and saw the factory. He hired a lot of people. Now today, all over the 15 countries, most of the people now work, and most of the people now working is sitting down because government has said they cannot ship the rubber. But Jetty is being allowed to ship his rubber. So this is terrible. Sometimes these are some of the things we need to really emphasize on and really look at because it's affecting the Liberian people. And if we say we're creating jobs and Liberians are creating jobs for Liberians, then why should Indian men come and supersede everything and telling the people that Makeda, my friend, the president that I said, no, Joseph Baga, you know about that one. So don't even call the president. Joseph Baga is not your friend. President Joseph Baga is not your friend. If you tell me Makeda, your friend, yeah, I see it. And I will fight for the common people. I will fight for them until we win the war. Because we cannot allow for Jetty to come and sit here and they force people to sell the rubber to Jetty. And Liberians cannot. Let them open the market, free market, where Liberians can ship the rubber, Jetty can ship its rubber. Nobody's stopping Jetty. But this is totally wrong. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asido?
Yeah, CEO, thank you. We need to be very sincere to ourselves before we tend to be looking for sincerity elsewhere. In my mind, the most disrespectful people on the show are the panelists towards our guests. In here, we come here with the mindset that guests must give us our perspective instead of their giving us their perspective. And once the guests decide not to agree with what we think, we go all off on that. Unfortunately, we don't show much respect to our leaders, especially when they come from the CDC. Let me give you an example. Me, on the show, I'm the least talked person. Go back and watch the show. I had 2 chances to speak before this time. The first time, I spoke for 1 minute, 59 seconds. I always take my time. Sometimes I spoke for 2 minutes, 46 seconds. That was all. I couldn't just end. You see people all jumping up. Until we come to a point to understand that we don't know it all. In as much as we think we go to the dictionary and bring words to come on here and just talk blah blah, there are more than the words that we use here. If we start respecting our guests, I'm sure somebody will understand that this is the way it should go. Once upon a time, very few days ago, Information Minister was on the show. He said all kinds of things against me. He attacked me. People were joying for laughing. I didn't care because I understand we must respect our leaders. When we come here, we want to play victim. We need to be sincere to ourselves. A lot of people don't want to come on the show because they always feel me when I go on your show, people will disrespect me. We have to change that. This is an intellectual ground where we have to exchange ideas. This is a place where one person comes from one backyard think you know everything. Nobody knows it all here. Everybody here got their own areas of specialty. That's why we must be respectful to our guests. Not about McGill. Company Wisa was here the last time. Weston Tapper was here. Many other persons. We always feel we know it all, that we must dictate to people. But that's not the case. We never end, especially me. People call me names and say all kinds of things. I ain't know those things because I have a thick skin. And when I look at them, I know when I go after people, they will never show their face here. And that's not the thing we want to do because we are adult. But if we want to come play catch here, that guests come and disrespect us, I don't agree. I do know that we give up more than 90% disrespect to people that we call. Because in our mind, it is only us that went to school, got all of the books set in our head, that we know it all. And so people come and accuse people of corruption, of stealing, without even knowing the person. Somebody came and said, Maggie did not have $75. But well, he was paying rent for $4,000. Simply because you think it is your feelings, you want to come talk and bring the person. We need to be serious on the show. If we come, we must respect people. I asked Jeremy Pierre the last time, the minister, he could not answer me. I didn't shove my mouth in his mouth to ensure he says what I want him to say. That's how we should do. And we must change that because a lot of people reach out to us. Everybody here go out and talk to people. They always express frustration in a way that we are usually rude and disrespectful to our guests. And that only happens because of our thought that we sit on here, we are the best. If we take everybody here now and put it in government, some people may not even achieve 1% of what they should be doing. But we come on here and we know everything. We must be respectful to our people and know that this country, Liberia, is more than where we think we ever know. People been in government before. We know their history and we let them go. So I will end to say, when we come on Spoon, we come to discuss Liberia. When we call guests, we call them to get their perspective of things and not our perspective of what we want them to say. We will always be frustrated when we think we should make the guest agree that I said do is short or in law and he must say that. Disrespectful, it is rude, I think it is arrogant, and we must be ashamed of ourselves before going out to talk about people. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samuel Jackson, Amama will be last.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you. I'm very sorry I'm late. I had some family issues today. Okay, but I'm the reason why this conversation with the senator disintegrated into the morass that it did is because we are trying to relitigate the election. This platform should not be relitigating the 2023. It's over. The man is a sitting senator. He's been elected. Then you come and say there was pay to play and all kinds of stuff. Some of you live in a country where the former president admitted to grabbing the genitals of females and he won an election in this country. The United States of America, where I grew up, if he admitted to grabbing the genitals of women and he was elected in this country, are you saying you are smarter than Magibians? You are smarter than Magibians who gave their support to this man? And you come here to relitigate the election and talking about what he did? If this program was structured in a way to ask Senator McGill his legislative agenda, what he can do to support President Bokas's agenda, it would have been more civil. But since you wanted to use his platform to excoriate him, to bring him down, to call him a thief, to call him all those names, he had to fight back. And I disagree with the way and manner that he responded, but I can understand where he's coming from. This is from people that talking about governance. Unity Party people should be quiet when they talk about governance for the following reasons. You ran the most corrupt in terms of quantum of corruption, $16 billion in foreign direct investment, with no proportional increase in the job creation, social economic progress. Official development assistance, which is called donor support, billions of dollars, 17,000 troops all mailed back. And you left the country within the 400 in terms of HDI. We shouldn't discuss these things that divide us. We should be discussing things that can unite us. When we come to the conclusion that we're all Liberians, no matter what transgressions, every time I talk, well, you used to work for Doe, you used to work for Tobo, you used to work for this. I want to work total 3.5 years in my entire life. I have a CV from Wall Street, from Southern Africa, from the international system. But just because I worked those 3.5 years, 11 months for Doe, 14 months for Charles Taylor, and another 9 months for Tobo, so that's what you identify me with. And when you say that, it hurts a bone in my body, because all I have done all my life is to live a good, honest life, get the correct credentials, and support the development of my country. So, Mr. Miguel, I don't like the way he responded, but he responded because he was attacked viciously. He was accused without any evidence of stealing. You have to take people to court. That's what this judicial system is all about. You can't call people criminals. You can't call them liars. You can't call them murderers without any evidence. The Boycott administration has been there for 3 months. Have they requested from the United States Department of Treasury, the Department of Justice, to provide the evidence against Mr. McGill and other people who were put on Magnitsky's sanction? Have they asked him? You got 3 months. Going to 3 months. Have you asked him? Did you know that the Global Magnitsky Act was only enacted in 2016? The Global Magnitsky, not a Magnitsky was 2012. But had the Global Magnitsky Act been implemented before 2016, half of the UP cabinet would have been put in that, because you have Big Ball 1, you have Big Ball 2, you have the PUP scandal, 66 out of 68 concession agreements were deemed fraudulent. You don't have the moral right to come and call Senator McGill, when the people of Magibie have put their faith in him. You can't do that without evidence. We have to be civil to one another. That's why he reacted the way he is, and I disagree with the way he acted. I'm not going to apologize on his behalf, but let's use this platform to go ahead, not to relitigate the election of 2023. Because if that happens, I'll be going against Miguel, I'll be going against Glendy, but I want us to join together, or force for good, for our country. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Mame? The Spoon Show is not for toddlers. I mean, we come here with different views, different opinions on issues. That's why it's the Spoon Show. We don't come here prearranged. We come here, topics come out, and we speak to them. Mr. Magiwa asked was corrected that the case he was referencing to show that President Weah was a law-abiding president. He said when the mayor was appointed and he realized that there were issues with the law, the president withdrew the nomination. And I corrected him that the mayor stayed in the position for more than 1 year. He only left the position because the international partner could not fund the agency. And that's how he went out of control. That's how he went out of control. Nobody came here to attack him. The conversation was going good. People were asking, were responding. Until we start to checkmate some of the information he provided. The issue about the budget. We brought his attention to the fact that he's a lawmaker. You can't just be throwing numbers around. The budget of the Ministry of Finance is increasing because your government left huge debt that they did not pay. We brought that out to him, and he became uneasy. So that's the fact. Look, Uncle Sam, you will not lecture us about what we should talk on or not talk on. You can't lecture anybody here, but that it was Maggie who came here and said he knew more than everybody on the panel about governance. Nobody ever made that claim. People were only asking questions. It was Maggie who said he knew about governance more than anybody on this panel, and he can lecture us. I was only correcting him that you can lecture me because you were sitting around the table when we sang Igbo math. You were there when we sang Eton. You were there when we were bringing Car Power Energy and all the energy actors in the country had to read the president to say stop. You were there when drugs took over the country. You were there when women were raped. We were only telling you that with these historical counts, you can lecture, or maybe you can lecture on something different. Maybe you had to get on sanction, you can lecture, or we can take that from you. But you can't lecture about governance. You can lecture on how to get on sanction. We can take that from you.
Why the Bell lecture on how to get on sanction?
Because that's why he knows best. That's why he knows best. He did it in record time. He did it in record time. So he can lecture on that. It was this Maggie. You see today, I mean, he will come back. Look, we're talking about the mining issue. Everybody complaining about the mining issue in this country. The proliferation of operation all across the country. You know where it started? You know where it started? I wanted to show Maggie the letter on the show. Look, stand on. It was in May of 2018 when McGill and George Weah wrote the Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy to transfer the authority of issuing mining license from the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy to the Office of the President, in violation of the mineral law of the country. The mineral law gives the authority to issue mining operation license to the minister after thorough vetting process. On May 2018, the president wrote the Minister of Land, Mines, transfer that authority to the Office of the President. McGill and other people presided over the issuance of dubious licenses across the country. That's why you see the proliferation of mining organizations all across the country, exploiting the country. Mines are falling over people and they die because the process by law was breached in May 2018. The president took that authority and put it in his office. McGill presided over it. I wanted to show him the letter that he wrote to the Minister of Lands, Mines in May 2018. That the outcome we face today and investigating and trying to solve. Then when he comes back and he says we're adjudicating 2023, we're not adjudicating. We're reminding people of their actions. We're holding them accountable for their stewardship. So Sam, Uncle Sam, don't tell who to talk to and who not to talk to and what to talk and what not to talk on. We'll not take lecture from you on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Richardson, Andrew Mama, Sam Jackson, Glennie JJ, Asibai, Babalu Mame.
I wanted to say something.
Everyone, can I close real quick? Then you can come in.
Oh, I didn't know you were closing. Sarah, I thought you did already.
No, I haven't. So we want just to thank you. Listen, this is a hard job. Whenever we ask folks to moderate, they said no. All right? They do not put themselves in that position. You come and sit on the seat one day and try to moderate. It is for or against. Like Mama said, we are not scripted. Nobody knows the conversation for the next show. If we're lucky to have a guest, thank God. If not, that's what we say national issue. Everything involved, everything. So bear with us, man. But when we say 2 questions, we'll go back in our chat room and restructure. 2 questions, 2 questions. Not that I want to do my follow-up. Like we get 3 people in the back, 10 up front. We are operating with maybe 15 folks that need to ask questions. Before we get back on the next round table, only 3 question people, mostly someone will ask. Because we have to entertain everyone. As much as I want to ask my 100 questions, I'm not allowed. So the issue that just let me go one more, let's just be considering number 1. Number 2, it will be in our best interest also to our guests. As much as we try not to disrespect you, do not disrespect us. We're not forced to answer all of your mouth. We love to have everyone. The 1% CPP, the 0.5% ANC, the half Liberty Party, the 49% CDC, the 50% UP. We want to have everyone on Spoon Talk, that we can have a very, very good conversation. So we will not disrespect anyone. It's not in my vein, but we'll try to control the show the best way we can. I think we had a wonderful, good show today. As much as it was intense, we took something out of Nathaniel Fado McGill. One, Senator McGill said he supported the War and Economic Crime Court. Two format. One, it will be two laws now. I think I get that right, Isaac? One would be the War Crime Court, internationally done. The next one will be the Economic Crime Court, nationally done. And they are going for a retreat this weekend, Friday and Saturday. They're going to put a lot of stuff in place. But I hope you guys grab something McGill said that scared me. And I want to say this. People say, you defended McGill. Yeah, I've been doing McGill since 2017 when Jake introduced me to McGill. Yeah, at the Boulevard Palace in passing. I met McGill since then. You know, we've been chatting with Jake. But McGill is not different from anyone else to me. I can beat on McGill here so many times. But Senator McGill is one person that he got no political enemies. He will come back and talk to you and laugh with you. He will come back and try to make you his friend. And that's Senator McGill. If you know anything worse of him, so be it. But I know the man that I would beat him. I would say McGill is at SKD trying to steal vote. And he will call me midnight and say, Senator, I'm home. I'm not at SKD. And the next morning, we're talking like nothing happened. I will beat on McGill that you have a home in Dubai, in South Africa. Some of them are true, maybe. As a recovery, we'll find it. But he hold no grudge. He will come back and say, Stanton, if you get a home in Dubai or South Africa that my name is linked to, please tell them to seize it. Beat on McGill on the sanction. He said, I'm waiting. Let the people bring it, and I will defend myself. So I take him to be different, though, because I do believe that he really don't keep political grudge. If he does, I don't know. I have not seen it. Now, let me say this. And this is what the senator said, that in additional 3 years, the government will be living on 112. That's scary. I don't know whether you guys heard about me.
We said 3 months, Stanton. He said
in 3 months. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Uncle Sam. He said in 3 months. Imagine we are in March, right? For April now. April, May, June. If what the senator is saying, and he's the leader of the biggest opposition caucus, if what he is saying is that the UP government will continue on 112 for the next 3 months, it means that their plan for the opposition is to destroy the 100 days deliverable of the Unity Party government.
Yeah.
I hope people are understanding it. They have not touched the budget yet. They go for that discussion. It's going to be rough for the month of April. So they're about to take another 112 or 212 or 3/3, however way you may call it. But what the senator said today, understanding the strength in the Senate, if they have other independent law senator, Mamba, I want you to put your attention to that. He just said 3 more months, this government will be living on 112. And if it is true, they have stepped into the President 100 days plan. I hope you guys understand it, and I hope if this is the plan of the opposition senator, then we'll get something bad about to take place, and this government will not perform efficiently. If they will be obstructionists, blocking everything, if that's what the senator is saying, then I'm concerned. What would the executive do? What would DeLong, what would Youngbley do? Because if you count those in the Senate, yes, McGill have the vote. He does. I don't know whether you guys want to speak on it, but I'm taking back to this. And I think it's a scary time for our country and this government to perform well if Senator McGill and those other senators are saying we'll strangulate this government, we'll hold on to the agenda, and we'll suppress this government to have a bad 100 days.
Stand up.
That's my takeaway. Yes, sir. That's my takeaway.
Dr. Regis wanted to say something.
No, but listen, you're not the host, please. Let me talk. Stand to allow me to talk. I beg you, I hold your foot. Okay. I take God to beg you. Okay. Look, leadership is based upon doing what? Building consensus. Building consensus. That's why a duly elected president that won by the skin of his teeth, that's what he does. The only way that the strategy that you think that McGill is employing to obstruct this government is going to work if Joe Boyka is not seen as a consensus builder. He can use his age, his experience, his moral compass, moral character, and bring in senators and representatives to the fold. If he has not been doing that for the last 60 days, that's the first thing you do in governance, is to build consensus. To all the stakeholders who agree or disagree with you, you bring them on one tent. When was the last time you know whether he called McGill and sat down with him and ate some water with him? When did he do that to the other opposition people? That's what they do. If, for example, the Republicans in this country, you know that the budget is always on the brink where they want to shut the government down. Mambi, you're a brilliant young man. You see that happening all the time. That is to obstruct the president in power. But what the president in power does, he uses consensus, he uses his goodwill, and he uses the public by articulating what he wants to achieve, so those opposition senators do not obstruct him. So Joe Boyka must take that mantle. The only thing that he's existing on is his goodwill. But as time goes on and he does not deliver, that goodwill will evaporate. After 365 days, when people do not see any, not meaningful change in their life, but a direction that the rescue train is on the right direction, you will have serious problems.
Real quick, Uncle Sam, do you think what Mike is saying there will be another 112, 112, 112?
Yes, because if the budget is not passed, they will make the compromise where you have to spend 1/12 of the proposed budget. That's just the way it is. And if they keep it on for a long time, it will obstruct the government spending.
It's something to plan already. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, you want to speak, please?
Yeah, I wanted to say that in as much as I appreciate Uncle Sam on the show, I like sometimes his objectivity, his brilliance in when he speaks about the numbers at times. But I think to come and say that the United States population voted for Trump even after he insulted a female is misleading.
I never say insulted. When he admitted to grabbing the genital.
Well, I don't want to use the words that you want to use, so I'm going to say
no. But that's what I'm. But that's not. But I did. Then I ain't saying so. I said he grabbed the genital of a woman, and he said that in the what they call it.
But by him saying that, in other words, I will not be concrete oriented. I'll be abstract and say he insulted women in this country.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So by you saying that, Trump was voted by the Electoral College. You know that very well, not the popular vote. You know that. And it was more complex than what happened in McGibby County.
Come on. Now you're trying to split hairs? You're trying to split hairs? Are you trying to split hairs? Are you trying to say that?
But you're speaking the money talk.
I tell you.
But I want to correct her. I want to correct her.
You are not correcting me.
You're talking the money talk.
The fact is the Electoral College voted for Trump, not the popular.
Yes.
Sitting head. And you know that.
You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs.
I'm not.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Tell the fact. This election, the last election.
He won the presidency of the United States. He won the president of the United States. He won the presidency. So you want to say Trump did not win the presidency of the United States?
I'm just telling you. The complexity that is involved in elections in the United States is not.
That is the way
you're not making the same analogy to what happened in McGibby County. You're not going to come here and say, "Oh, Americans voted for Mr. Trump after he insulted women." No, it was the Electoral College that elected Mr. Trump. The popular vote did not. They voted for Hillary Clinton.
The American vote did not vote for Trump. Okay. Anything you want to say, Mama? Okay. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Maupa.
People who are listening know the difference. People who are listening will know the difference, and they know who is right. So we gotta leave it alone because you are my.
But Uncle Sam. Did Donald Trump win the populist vote?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But the rule is electoral college. When he talked Wisconsin, well, listen to me. When he talked Wisconsin, when he took Pennsylvania, and he took Michigan, away from the when they cracked that blue wall, there were people in those states. Listen, the fact that a man who admitted to grabbing women's genitals was elected
Dr. Regency, I listen to you and you are right. You hear? I listen to you and you are right.
Anything you want to say, so
different. What am I saying? The correct thing. You come to cut away.
You're splitting hairs. The man was elected president of the United States.
Thank you. All right, Yakuna, I just wanted to make that point.
So y'all got anything else to say? We're leaving again tomorrow. Don't forget, Javon Smith. Javon Smith will be our guest tomorrow.
I heard you. You spoke extemporaneously. Stanton. You said when I two questions,
Why you smiling? Don't smile, man.
No, I tell you, when you said two questions, does that two questions include you?
No, the moderator is exempted.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That why the people go read out all the comments when they say that.
You did that the first time. You did that the first time. They will come back again.
Go read all the comments.
They will come back again. Let me say something. They don't know how hard this is, right? As a moderator, I want you guys to moderate. I beg Dr. Richardson all the time. She's enjoying Liberia. She's having fun. She chooses not to moderate. But you guys try to moderate one day when we have these guests on. It's hard. It's not easy. So when we say two questions, it should be two questions.
Well, you said two, but you can ask four.
As a moderator, you guys.
I will go and do that clip on YouTube tonight. Send it to
Why can't you moderate? You moderate, nobody will come on the show.
I even want moderate said I got migraine said tonight. I got migraine. I got.
But I'm concerned though. Miguel, let me give a breaking news, and you guys can go and investigate. Someone just sent me the message if it is true. Senator Miguel is strongly advocating for the war crime code based on so many reasons. Because, they are saying that because he wants to find his way out of this sanction thing. And that's the pathway if he can put the group together to support war and economic crime code. So I wanted to ask Miguel when the person sent that question, it was in the live feed and somebody just pointed it out again. So we hope you think this will help? You think Miguel will be able to speak to Americans representative and they can bargain with him that way? So have you spoken to the American representative yet?
There are two things Miguel is banking on. Every time you hear him say I support war and economic crime code, there are two things he's banking on. One, he's convinced that the establishment of war and economic crime code will not go anywhere. He's convinced, like Uncle Sam Jackson is.
How so? How can a man be advocating for it? You say
that's what I'm telling you now. Every time you hear Miguel brag that we want the war and economic crime code to come, it's because Miguel is an integral wheeler and dealer. You need to know him. He's an integral wheeler and dealer. I will stop there.
I told you fasting. Where you coming from to be so wicked tonight?
Hey, step down. Can I come down?
No,
let me finish.
He's an integral wheeler and dealer. Because of that, he has access to information that he's using. He comes out to say, I support war and economic crime code publicly. On the other hand, he knows and pressing button and interacting and believing that war and economic crime code will not come. In the event it doesn't come, Miguel will be celebrated. People will sit on and say, but Miguel was advocating for this. Why are the people accusing him? If for sure the man stole money, he wouldn't be advocating for war and economic crime code. That's the message. That's the psychology he's playing on the minds of the people. He wants to get them to the point where they say, but then Miguel made the people really lie on him, because if they are not lie on him, he wouldn't be calling for war and economic crime code. So that's why he put himself at the forefront, because he knows that, he believes that, and he's working towards the War and Economic Crime Code not being established in actuality. Even if it is established, McGill knows that the process to prosecution will take 4, 5, 10, 15 years. So he just playing big show. They see that the Chancellor mentality, the same thing Chancellor did. When Chancellor was causing all the mayhem in the country, as when you tell him, say, take me to court. Bring the code, take me to court. Because he felt that the court wouldn't come. Eventually, it came, and he went to jail. That the same mentality McGill playing with. As the ordinary people today, they will tell you about, they say they may steal, then calling for war crime code, economic crime code, they may steal. That is the mindset he wants to create. That McGill strategy, how you get out to it.
Porcupine, follow McGill. Look, let me just ask Sam Johnson a couple of questions. Sam Johnson, are Liberians stupid?
I think most of the time we are. I agree with that. And I stand by that statement. And I'll ask you, ask me why. Why I believe that.
Okay, you don't have a simple question. You said yes. No,
but I mean, ask me why. I mean, I believe most of the time we act stupid. Yes. I think we are stupid. I really believe that. I think we are.
You answer, fine. Do Liberians lack the basic understanding of democracy, governance, and all of that? Do we lack that?
Yeah, of course. And the reason for that is we are basically an impoverished country, and the multi dimensions of poverty, and one of that is the lack of education. So we don't make good decisions. For a country that's 177 years old, to be in the bottom of the Human Development Index, to be among the poorest on the continent, to be the poorest in the world. No, I'm just saying that there must be something that we're not thinking. Yes, and I said that publicly. If you Google me, you will say, yeah, I said
okay.
Yes or no?
So Sam,
I said yes. Yes, we are. Yes, I said yes, we are. I need to explain that.
For people, hold up, Sam. For people to talk about the past elections and question McGill on it, you telling them they are litigating the election. Nobody yet are lawyer to litigate elections. You are just off base with that. That's my first point. The second point is you admit to the ignorance of the typical Liberian people. You say they don't understand governance, but you want Liberians to be satisfied with the 52,000 people in McGill that voted for McGill. That's a contradiction. What are you talking about?
Okay, so first of all, there are connotation and denotation, and you know that. Relitigate is not literal. Okay, you hear that all the time. When somebody says let's relitigate, it means to bring the matter back to fore. It doesn't mean to take it to court. So let's just be very clear. So I'm saying when I say relitigate the election, it means that Mr. McGill won in his county. That's it. Whatever sins he committed, the people of McGill either don't believe it or they don't care about that. Therefore, what I'm saying is what we should be doing. Let me finish.
So the country shouldn't care about it?
I never said that. Other countries you care about it, but Spoon Network is not a code. I'm saying Spoon Network is not a code of competent jurisdiction. Spoon Network is not a code of
it's a court of public opinion. It's the court of public opinion.
Yes. In the court of public opinion, that's in the street. But this is supposed to be an intellectual platform where we come with empirical evidence and we don't come with emotions. What we done?
We can't intellectualize the elections. Why are you saying we can't
intellectualize
the
elections?
You
cannot come in here and accuse Mr. McGill. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Did anybody provide any solid proof tonight that Mr. McGill stole money? Did we provide any proof tonight? Did we provide any documentation? Did we see his bank account? Did we see any flow of funds?
Hold on. The question is, we have not gotten the opportunity to audit McGill in any
So guys,
specific
we
way.
have to go.
No access to, hold on. No access to our government.
Guys, we have to go.
No access.
Guys, we have to go. Uncle Sam, we have to go. As advised, we have to go. Uncle Sam, we have to go. As advised. Thank you very much. Again, we want to say thank you.
Have a good day, but Spoon Network is not a court. It's not a court.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Abba, I think you have some. Abba, adjust your camera now. Oh, he's up. All right.
Yes.
No, I think so. Let's get ready for Javon Smith tomorrow. Since he's your senator from Riverside, if you come on the show early, you can moderate.
And the young man.
Let me finish real quick, Abba. Let me finish before I lose my thought. If you come on the show early, you can moderate, and it will give some people from Riverside time to understand what is happening. If Duadu on, you guys can share to moderate. That would be good from your end, because you from Riverside, he's from Riverside, and tomorrow conversation will be so deep. So I hope you come ready, and I will let Duadu know also.
Yeah. Additionally, the young man who's the reporter that have been on the ground, his name is Aaron Gize. I will invite him to the show as well.
Okay, that's correct. That's correct. And we're gonna have the gentleman that was giving us information, see if he can call in. Auntie Mama, it was a great show, Auntie Mama. Auntie Mama, let me ask you a question.
I'll be ready for the show tomorrow. Y'all gonna come on. I will post in the chat room that this show, the first part of the show, will be dedicated to the Riverside issues, not limited to only the mudslide, but the exploitation in the country, in the county, and then we can have a good
discussion. Do it like that. Let's do it like that. Auntie Mama, the guy with the rubber that get 49,000 people waiting for him. Are you a consultant for him? Are you a consultant for any one of these rubber company?
No.
Oh, okay. Somebody said I should ask you.
Wait, so question. There's a Liberian who got
Let's get Ajimani a chance to answer that. Let's get Ajimani.
Yeah, not a rubber. I'm fighting for the Liberian people. All the different smaller rubber planters who are sitting on the rubber, spoiling and cannot ship the rubber, and they only allowing Jetty to ship his rubber. That's what I'm looking at. It shouldn't be that way. The market should be open where everybody, if you want to ship your rubber, you ship it. If you don't, you want to sell to Jetty, you sell to Jetty. But it shouldn't be like Jetty can ship and the other people shouldn't ship. They are forced to sell the rubber to Jetty for a lower price at Jetty's will. That is what I'm fighting for. It shouldn't be
so
that.
You are not a consultant. You are not a consultant for any of these guys.
No.
Okay.
No.
At least you have cleared it out because they are saying it. So, then what you say? You come back again for what?
Good night.
But we said good night a long time. Why are you coming back to say good night again?
Hey, Mama, be safe. Getting home here.
All right.
Jimama, let me ask you now. Let me ask you, Jimama.
Yeah.
These small people, is the rubber processed or unprocessed? And the same questions for GT. Is his rubber processed or unprocessed that he's shipping?
Jetty does not process anything. What he does is that he sends small processed rubber, and the other one, they are all the same rubber that the people shipping. You understand what they call it? Yes, that's what he does. He's not. He does small, and then the other one he ship it. So I'm saying that the market be open. If Liberians don't want to be poor forever, if Liberians can ship their rubber, Jetty can ship his. It doesn't matter. Who wants to sell to Jetty, they can sell to Jetty. Who wants to sell to Liberians can sell to Liberians. But we should not hold the Liberians down and then only allow Jetty to go. And that's what the agriculture minister is doing. He backing Jetty over all the Liberians that are sitting there right now. The people rubber spoiling. It's spoiling. The guy rubber. I went to the factory, Mr. Gabriel opened. I went to Mr. Gabriel place. Gabriel rubber. He opened a big factory where he got about 20 containers of rubbers there. He cannot ship it. Only because
let Gabriel rubber. Let Gabriel rubber start. Jimama Minister Jimama, what I call it. Bring Gabriel rubber. You know, and that we can talk to him one of these days. But guys, we gotta go. We gotta go because we gotta have this.
The CEO TD told me that the elite rubber planters, they have their group. They will be coming on Thursday. Then after Thursday, we'll bring Gabriel on.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. We're gonna hear from that. And I spoke to Amin Moda on the rubber issue. He sent me some information that we'll share once to get here, because I was able to talk to Amin. And that's a big thing about this rubber issue, that Amin fighting, and the government of Liberia, they are seriously concerned. Like you heard Miguel, they've been having so many meetings with these folks. So maybe they are working, but we don't know. We want to say
that Miguel best friend. I want to sell it to him tonight.
But Jetty was your friend too. So you left CDC government.
He's not my friend. You are never my friend. Ask my
you spoke to Jetty when you were deputy commerce minister. He was your friend.
Yes.
Now he's not your friend again.
My friend. Jetty knows like when
okay, we're not going to put it out. We're not going to put it out there. But it's cool having you, Angie Mama. By the way, Angie Mama, you got a nice head. The braid of your hair very nicely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Give me a hard time. All the people are sort of God.
No, man, it's not that. Angie Mama, I really, I like you, Angie Mama.
You keep me in the back for almost 1 hour. I was
no, you know what happened? When we went back, he wasn't in the background. I had to ask Damo for you. No, he wasn't on. I couldn't find you. Glenny said, oh, Angie Mama want to come on. That's when I saw you in the back.
No, I was here in the back, but then
I prefer removing Glenny than removing you. Seriously, don't worry.
Okay.
What's the official start time? 3:30 or 4?
We got the other battle. So you get kind of school on time.
You know,
the show comes on at 4 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Liberian time, but it takes 30 minutes of call, or Duaru will come and do his stuff. So the first 30 minutes is either Duaru or the taking calls. So that gave us, we come up at 4:30, 8:30 Liberia time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the guests usually come on the show by 4:45, 5 o'clock. Liberia time is 8:45, 9 p.m. So Javon Smith, I've already reached out to him. He's fully aware he will be in studio, that we can have a good internet reception and we can have a beautiful show. It's a lot going on in Riverside, and they need to talk to us. What's going on with the black sin? What's going on with those that died? What's going on with the for $300 business, the young man died? What's going on with this government and the mining and every issue in the country? Should we just hold the entire mining industry? What's the issue? How can we solve this problem? It's getting worse. But join us tomorrow with Senator Javon Smith. All right? Have a good night, folks.
Good night.
Peace.
Nelson, come on. All right, Nelson. Don't forget that overlead the thing, yeah? Tell us if we discuss on the issue that she drop it. She drop it already?
Already.
Tell her to drop it already, yeah? When she drop it, just take it over there. She know, don't mind her. That's it. It's good to have you, man. It was a great show, but it's 9:02. You got to do your thing. Thank you very much again. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks to Damo. Thanks to James Good Flomo. I hear that you guys have started the trouble. And James said you're going to play on your show tonight. That recorded. I want to go listen to the recording, though.
It's very interesting. James shared that recording with me.
He did?
The guy shared a recording with me with a motive, and so I told him, I said, okay.
Yeah, I want to go listen to that recording, man. But I think the National Port Authority managing director, I think he got a goodwill for the country, and we pray that he produce well. As a young man, he got a big task to accomplish, but he's been supported by the chairman, Reverend Luther Tapper. The chairman is the bull. He's a chair for the bull over there, likewise. So I think they got a beautiful team. I don't know what's going on there, but people try to blackmail them. But I hope that whatsoever thing, all the good journalists coming up, I think they will add and they will hold them accountable. They will keep their feet to the fire, that they will produce well. But join us again tomorrow, folks. Have a good evening. The next on Spoon will be Late Night Politics with Nelson Colite. Don't forget, Late Night Politics with Nelson Colite next on Spoon. What we're trying to do every 2 hours, we should do a show starting 6 o'clock in the morning. something will come your way with information, politics, something. All right. Now you can find Spoon Talk on all the other radio stations, Super Fabrics and Super TV and everything. Guess what? You don't have to go. Everything you find, they are all simulcast. Everything will be all over now. You will watch Spoon on all the other networks. All right, because we do all three in one: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, till we meet again. Be blessed.
Amen.
Philibala the bad man in Philadelphia. I rather deal with that guy yet. The people will stop me. And I know you don't want me to do it now, Philly. We'll wait next time. Marsha Snelling, Perry Dawn, Eva William, Dio Moore, Didi, Maki, White, Sa Quiggy, and James Wright. You want to see the left after scrub? We say Saturday. The other James guy won't see the girls there. He asking for the left after scrub. Let me call his name again for a web to hear. James Wright. You are seeking to watch the left after scrub. So we couldn't find you, okay? And a special shout out go to this guy that gave me a hard time. Every night he want me to send a shout out. Let me send a shout out to what's his name? Robert Dakeshe. He said he's a doctor. Robert Dakeshe. You know, he's a trouble. But we wish him well. All right, Nelson. Take care. Have a good night.
Okay, sir. Wish you the same. And we want to say thanks to all of our folks out there tonight. Thanks for being here with us on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. This is how we like to draw down the curtains on the show tonight. Thanks to all of you across Liberia. Thanks to our folks in Radio Land across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to the folks in across the internet. We're always streaming live on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. I want to say thanks to all of you for being here tonight. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow when we shall be here with another fascinating show. A great edition of the program coming up tomorrow. As you heard, the Senator Wellington Jevon Smith will be the guest here tomorrow on the next edition of the program. Till we come away again, have a good night. But just before we go, let me send out a special birthday greeting to Mrs. Comfort S. Topa. Yes, Mrs. Comfort S. Topa. Today is your birthday. We say happy birthday to you. Your brother, Pastor Dennis K. That's Pastor Dennis and Kamara is saying happy birthday to you as well. He says he prays for God's protection, wisdom, and knowledge, as well as understanding upon your life as you celebrate another Nature Day today. That's you, Mrs. Comfort S. Topa. Your brother, Pastor Dennis and Kamara of the U.S. is saying happy birthday to you. So till we come away again, folks, have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to keep the peace. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna
to know what is happening, Moravia to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon.